Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron, and we're here to stream some EVE Online. I apologize, I lied to you guys yesterday and said that we were going to stream Wormworld today. For some reason, I was thinking today was Friday. Excuse me. And it's not. It's Wednesday night for you guys, Thursday morning for me. So, actually, a pretty bright, sunny morning here in the Philippines. So, probably see I'm squinting some. Got something in my eye. But anyway, so we're gonna do Eve again today. Sorry for the false advertising. Hate when that happens. But without further ado, let's get over here. I actually was on last night doing some work. My sister-in-law was here, one from Manila, and so she wasn't feeling well, so my wife was down with her last night, making sure she was okay. And so I got some extra playtime. So I actually logged on after downtime and found another Empire belt and started working on it before I was told it was time to come home. But ironically, I used these B mining crystals and I used them on an Empire belt and I lost like half the ore I normally get. So I'm not a fan of the B ones. So I'm going to go back to the A's, but that's a whole different issue. But anyway, I'm here with the ore that I mined, and we're going to process it. Let's see if we can haul some of it back. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I normally get over 1,000 jet and pellucid, so not quite half, a little over half, about 60% it looks like, which was very disappointing. Very disappointing. And then I didn't finish the Elysium, or Ephraim. But it's all good. Sometimes that's the way it works. So, anyway, I'll hold this. My coveter, of course, also did not have the required. Oh, really? 105. Thanks for that. That's very helpful. Oh, it looks like I put Trit in there. Did I put Trit? No, I put Pyrite. Let's put this back. I don't think it's going to make a difference. $46K. That's $150K, right? Yeah, 151. 46,000. So yeah, so I did it in the right order. All right, cool. I don't know how. It said it would take 104 last time. Now it won't take it. So, oh no, I bet you it was telling me it won't put it in there. Nope. All right, whatever. Dark Ivan, good to see you. DLH, good to see you. Appreciate you guys. I looked again for another Empire belt today, but nothing close today. So I was trying to take advantage of the people doing the event so that I could actually mine. You already put the 105 in, so that's why. No, I took the pyrite back out. So but maybe I did. Yep, you're right. The 105 is in there. I'm running for CSM, so there is that. There you go. Well, congratulations, Dark Ivan. Hopefully that'll work out. Someone had suggested I should too, but that sounds like too much work. I'm enjoying being retired. Enjoying being retired.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, I will definitely mark that down so that when I have to vote, I will know who to vote for. I will definitely remember that name. Antonio Primus. Well, that is a unique name. I love it. But yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. Yeah, we need somebody that represents the people in there. Somebody that represents the players. So that'll be good. That'll be good. So I wish you the best of luck.
Docking permission request.
Hopefully
Docking request
that'll work
accepted.
out. Oh, I don't have the music on. Yesterday we had some bandwidth problems, so I had the music off. But this morning I did reboot everything yesterday after stream, and ironically, I'm still getting the same error when I try to access Eve. So there is that. But the hold on, I'm gonna turn down my headset a little bit. So that way you guys can keep the music up, but I can turn it down so it doesn't blow my ears out. But 16 years experience, excellent. Yep, I have 23. So I haven't played the whole 23 years, but my character's been around for 23. So I started 23 years ago. Took several periods off, but yeah. So yeah, experience will help. That will definitely help. Come on. But I am going to get rid of these B1s because these suck. Really suck. I don't know which one of you suggested I use the Bs, but you're off my Christmas list. Because yeah, it did not work out at all. Did not work out at all. So yeah, I need to build some A's. Actually, I need to check and see if I have A's first. So I have complex. And I have coherent. So let's build the others. I don't need this window anymore. No, quit searching your jobs. There's another one. If I had a nickel every time I pulled that one off. So I said I had complex and coherent. All right. So we need simple. And variated. All right. I want to make mining a little more interesting. There you go. There you go. That's a good idea. Good luck, Dark. What's your platform? To be honest, I want to make mining a little more interesting. I love it. I love it. Okay, like I said, type 2B, belts of plenty when you have very little and trying to get it all. Type 1A to be greedy. Oh, so type 1A is when you're trying to be greedy. Okay, well, greedy's kind of, that's where I'm at. That's my niche. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and set those up. Get my scanning ship out. Bringing back Rourke mining. Easier said than done. What's your ideas? Yep. Yeah, it is easier said than done. Would be nice to get mining a little more interesting, but it doesn't always work out that way. So actually, the other reason I logged on is I was working on my PI stuff. So let's go finish that up. Because what I'm doing is I'm shifting everything to another place. This one's got 30 minutes left. So in 30 minutes, we'll be able to shift it. I actually put the other storage one out here and sent everything over there. It's actually pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Looks like we're all caught up on these guys, so that's good. Reactive metals is almost full. Reactive metals is processing but empty. Yep. That one just finished. So it should have loaded. Why did it not load? That's weird. So it just produced. Oh, it's only producing 1/6. Yeah, so it's at the end of the cycle. So I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to leave that one because it's already partially loaded. This guy's done. We're going to get rid of him. That one's producing. That one's waiting for resources, but it's got partial resources. So yeah, so we should be good. So I think asteroids should have cans and wrecks in them. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that. Like a Willy Wonka golden ticket. Surprise, you found 1K Plex. Have you ever played the starter missions? Yeah, the starter missions are pretty good. I have to give them credit. They didn't have those when I started 23 years ago, but they've come a long way. They've come a long way. And the starter missions are really good. Like I said, the latest character I have started, he has a higher security status than my 23-year-old main. So, and my 23-year-old main, he ground for years to get the security status he has. Oh yeah, but the starter missions they really did a good job with them. So, yep. So yeah, that is a good point. You're as cold as. Hopefully, you guys can hear the music. Why does Expo get to be the only one with a chance at winning $1 billion just for playing? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. All right, so it turns out Falstaff has already done his dailies. I did them yesterday. So, but what we'll do, just because we like to do stuff, I'm going to switch ships again, because that's what I like to do. And I'm going to run a mission. Yeah, nothing close. 7 jumps too far. Not only am I greedy, but I'm lazy. So we're going to switch this off of Galente Federation. And I have a level 4 here. That destination. And we're going to... So everybody who wants some LP, free LP, drop something in the in-game channel. Late Night with Silver Wolf, all one word. And I will invite you to my fleet. Because I'm going to do level 4 mission, which should get me probably about 1,000. You only need 50 for the daily. And so that means I can do up to 10 people. So, yep, there's the in-game channel. Just posted. I mean, like, there's this idea going, why does Expo get to be the ones? Good one. Yep. Redding has officer spawns and drops. Yep. I played them 6 times. However, they've updated them. The newbies get confused when Aurora disappears because they don't like to read through the instructions. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't like to read either. So I understand that. Oh, this is Kragan. How did come Kragan left? Kragan, get back in there. So they don't know where to go when Aurora says go to tutorial stations. Yep. Yeah, that is one that they could clarify. I agree wholeheartedly. So I switched to Kragan in order to, I think, join his fleet is what I did. And that's where that came from. So, all right. I'm going to switch back to Falstaff now. Because that makes more sense. And then I'm going to fly to this station. And while we're flying there, Fat Hamster, good to see you. How are you doing today? Thanks for being here. Fat Hamster, I think I resemble that remark.
Warp drive active.
Fat O Hamster. Not doing too bad. Excellent. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Actually, I haven't checked, but it is no clouds out there right at the moment, so it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. I am checking the weather right now. I did have a little bit of a faux pas this morning, which I was a little peeved about, but kind of my own stupidity. So yes, thunderstorms are going to start around 10:45 and go for the rest of the day. So I guess I should enjoy the sun while it's out, because in another hour we're not going to have no more sun. So there you go. So I've helped several newbies, including streamers, through learning those tutorial missions, skilling up. Yeah, and actually you helped me, DLH. So yeah, so I appreciate that. Oh, I know I'm overweight according to the BMI index. Yeah, I think that BMI index, though, I think that's a farce. Because I'm pretty sure when my son was born, he was listed as overweight on the BMI index. Right out of the birth canal. So, but yeah, that's the Americans for you. So, I'm assuming you're American. So, can I post my CSM forum link? Yeah, hold on 1 second. There you go. I added you as a VIP, Dark Ivan, so now you can post links. So yeah, feel free to put it up there. Yeah, we'll probably do one here in a little bit. There it is. No problem, Dark Ivan. I'm just glad to know somebody that's actually running. Most of the people, I don't even realize they play Eve. I look at the names, I'm like, I've never even seen them in the game. Never even seen anything about them. So yeah, so it's great to have somebody that I know, somebody I can vote for. So Fat Hamster, yeah, that's how I feel about that BMI index. So I think it's a crock, but that's the whole American medical system. Oh, I lost my connection. Now see, now that was totally uncool. And then, of course, it switched over to Kragan, which was kind of nice, but not really what I was shooting for. Because now I'm going to have trouble getting it to switch back to Falstaff. Yeah, see, I've been losing connection a lot. Something is going on with Eve, because Eve is the only thing I'm losing connection on. All right, so Scimitar. Once I get back in, I will include you and Kragan, but since it kicked me out, I gotta wait for it to log me back in. At least you weren't in combat. Yeah, exactly. I usually always just vote the alliance sheet, being a goon and all. Yeah, and I understand that. That makes sense. Whoever made that BMI index, I think, did a very poor job of calculating. I think that's kind of the whole, United States Medical, Association. They're all in it for the money. They're not really in it to make people healthier. They're in it for the money, and that is the most disturbing part of it. So, all right. So of course it's not letting me connect. I'm getting the error. No, they definitely don't. I am fairly certain, and this is a conspiracy theory, and I apologize because we try to keep those off here, but I'm fairly certain somebody, being that, we're in the 21st century, somebody has figured out how to cure cancer, how to cure diabetes, and they silenced them in order to keep it from getting to market. Because you only pay for a cure once. And no matter, you can't charge enough for it to make it profitable. But if we just keep increasing the potency of the dosage, wow, now we could charge all kinds of money for that. I only do bad when the fiber line is cut. You're wireless, yeah. No, actually, I am wired. I always make sure to do wired. I don't do wireless, so yeah, it's kind of wireless is asking for trouble. So yeah, I am wired. But yeah, it's definitely Eve. It's the only thing I'm having a problem with. The computer's not disconnected from anything else. But Eve it's been flaky for a week now, so. But anyway, let me dock. And then let me get people invited. So I gotta invite Kragan again. Of course, I have to wait till it's done docking, because heaven forbid I try to invite someone while I'm in the middle of docking. That would be, a horrible thing to suggest. Kragan can't, because Kragan's already in a fleet, because I disconnected and left him fleetless. Oh, Calgon, take me away. And then why, when I say leave fleet, does it automatically go to leave corporation? Sorry. I'm just, a lot of things setting me off today. All right, so let's invite Kragan and Scimitar. Who else wants some free LP? Free LP. Is the cable going bad? That I wonder. Well, but the weird part about that is nothing else is affected except Eve. So yeah, if it was a cable going bad, I'd be having trouble with everything. So, but yeah, I don't know. I gotta actually accept on Kragan. I tell you, some days I don't even know how it is I get out of bed. It is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. All right. I'm in a system if you want some help. Oh, you're good. I'm just going to do a distro mission. But yeah, if anybody else needs some free LP to cover their daily, let me know in the in-game chat and I will get you an invite. And hopefully I won't disconnect before I complete this level 4. So level 4 usually gets me around 1,000 points. 900 loyalty points. So since we only need 50 and it's like really it's like 2 jumps. This is perfect. So yeah, you're not going to have time. So you're going to need to tell me now, because I'm going to be done this in like 30 seconds. So yeah, 2 jumps, 900 LP. And I can have 10 people to get the benefit. So that would be 90 each, which would be more than enough for you to cover your daily. So. But yeah, that's what all my level 4s give. So, but anyway. No worries, DLH. So we did have a suggestion for words on stream. Since you're our resident words on stream queen, I'll leave it up to you if we want to do it now. Autonomous will probably come wandering in here eventually, and he always tries to steal your thunder. Don't know why they are that nice with points for 2 jumps. Yeah, well, it doesn't do the points for the jumps. It does the points for the agent. Since I worked my way up to a level 4 agent, the level 4s usually give around 1,000. So, where the level 2s, sometimes I won't even get enough to cover the daily. So yeah, the level 4s are a big difference. But yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be 2 jumps. They're usually a lot longer. I lucked out on that one. That's the second time called Queen this week. There you go. Balancing issue. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm docking. So anybody else wants it? Last call. Last call. I see Legomaniax in there. Busy mining at the moment. No worries. Trying to build a BB. That's a good build. That's a good build. That's a good build. But yeah, I can... Oh, unless you're already in a fleet. But I can still invite you. And you can get the points. You just got to be in my fleet. You don't have to do anything. These are completely free LP. If you're in my fleet, when I complete the job, you get the LP. You don't have to do crap. So... I am in there along with my other arts. Are you full up? I am nowhere near full up. What's up, Booga? I'll get you a shout out here in a second. All right, Lego, I'm sending you an invite. I don't think I know your alts. Yeah, that's Quiet Absolute. That's what I thought. Bum, bum, bum. If you're not following Booga, definitely give Booga a follow. Great streamer. Does a lot of EVE Online as well. A lot more interested in me. Posted in Fleet Chat. Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. I do not have those guys listed. All right. We are at 7. Well, I still got enough for 3 more. If anybody else wants. Anybody else wants? Last call. Last call. Skimitar, you want me to add your alt? I see you got one of your alts out there. You're very interesting too. I appreciate that, but not as interesting as you. All right, got him in there. All right. All right, last call. Last call. No, I've said that 4 times now. I just have a cool hat. I do love your hat. Unfortunately, here in the Philippines, if I was to wear that hat, my ears would sweat off. So, all right. No problem, Fat Hamster. Appreciate you being here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and complete it. Complete. Yes, split it between my peeps. There we go. That should complete us. Oh, you know what? You guys are still seeing Kragan. Yeah, see, I hate this. All right, I'm going to switch to Kragan, and I'm going to do his, complete his daily, and then I'm going to log him off. Because unfortunately, he's screwing things up. All right, so now it's going to switch Now it'll switch to Falstaff. Now you guys are seeing Falstaff. No problem. No problem. My pleasure. I was doing it anyway, so least I can do. Least I can do. How much I love you guys. All right, I'm going to fly back to Ventolin. Takes care of one of those freebie dailies, nice and easy. Piece of cake. Man, I got something in my eye.
Warp drive active.
The sunlight is showing me there's a hair blowing in front of my eye. Maybe I walked through a spider web or something. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I should have picked up these. I got some minerals here. Let's pick those up since I'm headed back to Ventolin anyway.
Warp drive.
May as well not waste a trip. May as well not waste a trip. All right, so I logged Kragan out. Now I'm going to try and bring Kragan. Actually, I'm going to try and bring Kragan's alt on. See if we can. Because we'll get his dailies done. I'm working on PI finally after being in a new area for almost 2 months, maybe 3. Finally getting motivated to do some setup. Yeah, the setup is a real grind. But once it's set up, it kind of, pays for itself. I don't sell mine, but it definitely can pay for itself very quickly. So, but that setup, oh, that is a grind. And you really got to concentrate because there are so many little idiosyncrasies. You're good, Fat Hadster. Yeah, every single time I try to connect Eve, it is not connecting. I think I'm going to uninstall Eve after stream tonight and reinstall it from scratch. But yeah, I was saying earlier actually in the chat, sorry, I was typing it. But the wife is actually out of town today. So the wife was out of town on Tuesday and she got back. But she always does. It's kind of depressing. But she got back on Tuesday. She was only gone for the day and came back that night. It was a long day for her. But today she's actually staying overnight in Manila. And so I am really free today. So I redo my PI for every new project. Yeah, I don't. I really want to set up a character per project so that I don't have to keep changing it, but because I keep retooling the same ones and then I got to go back and retool them for the first one, and it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I engaged Gemini to help with the setup. It did pretty good with the general idea, but I'm still having to read the planets and figure for each planet. Yep. Yeah, you definitely want to get the optimal setup, especially if you're doing a high sec. I think you're doing null sec, right? So if you're doing null sec, that's a lot better. Low sec was way better than high sec. Null sec's even better than low sec, and then the top of the line's wormhole space. So that's where I think Bluegray's doing his. I'm setting up my 4 characters to make the item P0 through P4. Yep, that'll make you a ton of money if that's what you're going for. It'll also make you a ton of items if you're using it to build. So, hey, Mr. Boo, you did not do anything, sir. I'm just giving you a break from me and give you some space. I'm thinking about Ninja PI and Pacven, no customs offices. So that's one I didn't think about. And that would definitely cut out the extra cost because I spend a lot of extra cost because of the customs office. But yeah, you gotta make sure you don't get ganked while you're trying to pick it up. So that's the way it was in the old days. You used to launch it into space and then you had to find the can before somebody else did. And then they came up with the custom offices. Give them enough time, they'll ruin everything. But was looking earlier. The Orca has 8 days on it. In fact, I think it's about to be just under 8 days. 8 days, 1 hour. So yeah. So before the stream's over, it'll be under 8 days. So all right, so we got that taken care of. Let's switch back to my scan ship. Oh, you're all good. You're all good, Fat Hamster. No worries. Booga is a good man. I was saying earlier, he's a lot more interesting than me. So, and he has a cool hat. Unfortunately, here in the Philippines, even with my air conditioner on high, if I wore a hat like that, my ears would sweat off. So, most plants have sky hooks. The worst part is the rats. Yeah, yeah. All right. So let's go out and let's do some scanning. Now we could go do, you know what? Let's do that. I'm going to log off and I'm going to bring on the other one. You cool so far, Talk. I'm enjoying your fine company. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Check mine every 3 days, so the cycles for extractions are 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Holy mackerel. Yeah, and that's what I do mine for 23 hours. And that gives me the same 30-minute extraction.
Connecting.
Which is nice. No, I knew what you meant. Thanks. I appreciate it. Guys, you're going to make me blush. All right. So this is Rage. Rage Against the Dying of the Night. And I'll just probably jump 3 jumps, but I want to check his PI. This is my main PI guy. He's building everything. So I've got 2 more integrity response stones, 11 more recursive computer modules, 8 superconductors. Man, it's really pumping them out. The 8 superconductors are being transferred in. All right. Dark Ivan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right. Here, we still got a bunch of biomass. Biocells are doing pretty good. Gel matrix paste, guidance systems, mechanical parts, planetary vehicles, precious metals are good. Test cultures are good. So I think everything's running. Who's this? Biofuels. Why are biofuels not running? Okay. I ran out of biofuels. Man, I hate when that happens. But that's what these guys are producing is carbon. So that one's producing biofuels. Yeah, it's just tied up. And this one's not gonna, I think it's only got, yeah, 18 minutes left. So it's doing the lowest run of the day. So technically I could cancel it and start over. Super tensile plastics are still being built. I got 3 of those going. Oxide superconductors. So yeah, so we're out of oxides and superconductors, which kind of sucks. Synaptic synapses are still being built. Transcranials are being built, but the biocells are going to be hurt. Actually, we got biocells in abundance, so that should be fine. Nanites are still out there, so we should be good there. So our biofuels. So yeah, so once this one piddles out, we'll renew it, and that should get us back in biofuels. And we'll probably kill one of these biocell ones. Though, unfortunately, that one's producing. Yeah, they're all going to have precious metal. Precious metal is not a real big commodity. I can kill that. We're a little ahead with the biofuels now, or with the biocells, so we'll kill one of those. We probably should kill one of these super tensile plastics too, but these guys are gonna start getting. And if I delete the routes now, then I can actually not lose anything, so that's good. All right, let me check this out. All right. Sub, but not following. Shame on me. No, you're all good. I appreciate the sub as well. I have to build a second Omega account to convert T2 level to T3 level for startup because, as all I know, it takes 3 T2 mats to make even half T3. Yeah, it does take a lot. It's kind of a pain. Hope your days have been good. You've been mining in that rock. There you go. Fun part is you can look outside the station and transfer the goods to space and make changes to the colonies without danger. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. I always have to undock in order to do anything, which is a real pain. Which is a real pain. I pay you a visit when you're live at some point. Cool beans. So yeah, this one's only got 30 seconds left. So I think we can wait 30 seconds. Probably doesn't make any sense to cancel it for 30 seconds. Yeah, super tensile plastics are working. Oxides and superconductors. Superconductors I'm short on. Oxides, I think I have more oxides here. I do. But I don't have a lot of superconductors. So we're going to wait on those. We're going to wait on those. All right. Oh, it started again. Oh, it says it does have 15 minutes. You know what? I'm going to kill it. I'm going to say stop. Stop in the name of love. And I'm going to add a couple more. No, I'm going to add one more. Since that's all I can add. And actually, that's not giving me as much as these will give me. That's 89. That's 89. 6. 89. 7. 89. 9. All right. That'll work. All right. That'll get that started again. So then the 15 minutes will actually give me a high one instead of a low one. So. All right. But yeah, it looks like we're building there. We do have some things that aren't superconductors. I'm building over on Falstaff. I got to send over. I really don't need any more of these. We got some gel matrix in there. Hazmat detection system. We ran out of hazmat detection systems. Well, that sucks. Maybe we switch over to those. Polytextile viral agent transmitter. I bet you I moved some of that out of there. Polytextiles viral agent transmitter. I think I did move those out. Yep. No viral agent, no transmitter, no polytextiles. Let's see. We got transmitter, viral agent, no polytextiles. That makes polytextiles. You make me feel. Polytextiles, industrial fibers, and biofuels. I don't think we got any industrial fibers here. Nope. I got polytextiles somewhere else, though. Let's see here. No polytextiles here. Hmm. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I think I could probably start weaning these guys off because I don't think we need any more. But I would like to build another. So if I set that to hazmat. Yeah, the only thing I don't like is once it loads something in there, you can't get it back. It really hacks me off. So I could send 10 over, which would just get these. I have the 10 oxides, so I could send 10 superconductors. That'll get that taken care of. Build the last one, get it done. For these guys, I think you need 6. So gel matrix, I've got 15. So yeah, so it'll build 3. That'll be 18. That's 3 sets of 6. That'll work perfect. All right, so we'll do that. Then we'll set it to hazmat so we can finish this other guy off. And we'll build those up. But anyway, planetary vehicles, which is that guy. This one's building, so it's just building slow. Which technically we could build another one of those. So when this one's done, we'll switch it over to this transcranial microcontroller. That'll probably work out better. All right. So we need to send superconductors, polytextiles. I don't know that I have polytextiles. All right, so let's finish his dailies. Undock. This is an easy cheat. Oh, you know what? I could have done this. I hate when I do that. I really do. Waiting for so long for something to arrive. All right, so stop that. Yeah, he can still do it. He's already doing it. No problem. Form a fleet. Yes. All right. Ah, seriously. Low sec. Another low sec. Damn you. Gave me 2 low sec in a row for my mission. She normally doesn't do. But go figure. There's a will, there's a way. So yeah, this is a simple one for you guys if you want to get your dailies. You can just jump. If you have a micro warp drive, you can just jump through the same gate over and over and over again and get your dailies. With a micro warp drive, it takes less than a minute. Unfortunately, you need 3. So you got to jump through and then you got to jump back so you can redock, but gets it done. I'll wait till I dock. Easier way to get out of this. Cat's in the cradle.
Warp drive active.
Or you can do the same thing with a wormhole. There, it works too. You got to scan the wormhole down though. So this one's easier. Jerry Can's always trying to make me look bad. Plus, while you're on the inside of the wormhole, you're liable to get ganked.
Docking request accepted.
That's what happens to me. Probably nobody's going to gank me jumping back and forth between this gate. Maybe. Maybe. It is possible. Alright. So let me claim and claim. Alright, so he's done. So let me log him off. We'll bring on my third guy.
Connecting.
Alright. Finally, a mission with that is not low sec. Alright. Undock. Well, if you're scanning your 5 SIGs, why not jump through the wormholes? That works too. That's a good point. And you can always check to see if it's the wormhole I'm looking for. Alright, I need to invite Polaris. Yes. Polaris is gonna buy this one. And then Jacob is doing a mission. I always check to see if it's yours. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So that way then you'll roll the exit and say, hey, I saw your wormhole today, but there's no exit anymore. Yeah. Just to tell me you found it. I found it. You can't get to it.
Warp drive active.
It's all good. All good. Yeah. Like I said, whoever finds it, I'll split all the PI in there with them. 50-50. Not sure it's a billion, but it's probably close. I've had it running forever. In fact, I think I filled up 2 warehouses. It's mostly all tier 1, tier 2 stuff, so. Or is it called P1 and P2? I think it's called P1 and P2. Alright, so he got his. I scan a lot of wormholes every day. I knew with one I'd look for it. If I knew. It is. I have it written down here. Of course, now I gotta find it. It is J. Actually, I know where it is. Hold on. There it is. 110043.
Warp drive active.
I would keep your money up and running for a while. I don't know what you mean there, Seth. It would get you running a ton at least. Get you running a ton at least. I don't know what you mean there, Seth. No, I think you got it right. Oh, 4-3. No, it is 4-3. Yep. J110043. Sorry. Well, no, yeah, no wonder Jerry Can hasn't found it. He's looking for the wrong one. It would give you enough money to go a long time, yeah. Yeah, I never sell the PI stuff. That's too lucrative. Like taking candy from a baby. I build stuff with it and then sell that. So, but yes. But yeah, I think I've got like a billion oxygen. That's the other problem. Getting it out of there is going to be a nightmare. But once we find the wormhole, I do have a character, this Talaris guy that I have logged on now. I have him sitting and waiting to just park in the wormhole and scan the exit down for me until I get everything out. Somebody's definitely living it. It's an old wormhole my 20-year-old corp used to live in way, way back. Alright, so that takes care of that. And this guy's done. I'll do the other two when I get back there. I'll look through the maps I have access to for you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Sorry, ads are on. Like I said, whoever finds it, I'll split whatever's in there with them 50-50. So I'll haul it out. I'll sell it. I'll give you half just for finding the wormhole. Pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Especially if you're looking for wormholes anyway. So, alright. So this guy should be done. Alright. So now let's log back in as Falstaff. We need to send superconductors and polytextiles to Rage. Good question. I looked it up a while back and I don't remember. I thought it was a C2. But don't quote me on that because I could be wrong. Where'd these come from? Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Superconductors, which I need to pick up. Polytextiles, which I don't think I'm building. Made myself a prospect for gas this morning. Found some high sec. Got about 50 mil before others came to finish it off. Well, that's pretty good. Can't beat that. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm building polytextiles. Cool wind in my hair. But I do have 5 whopping superconductors. Oh, I know why. Because I'm in the process of restarting this. Yeah, I don't want to restart those. because I'm going to shut these down. So these are done. So we're going to kill these. We're packing it up. All right. These are all done. That one's empty. Cool. This one's not empty, but it'll have to do. Can't ever empty those ones. That one's empty. That one's processing. So it's got another 11 minutes. So we'll let it finish. No ads for me. There you go. Not really looking for, but definitely scanning out of mine. There you go. All right, so let's clear this. So now we're going to go down here. We've got this guy. And we're planning on pulling water, which is right there. Sweet summer sweat. All right, we're also going to pull, get out of the way, base metals, which is right there. We could probably swap between those. And suspended plasma is the other one we got to pull, which is over there. Yeah, it's down there. Ba, 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 ba. So let's do this. I'm trying to think ahead, which I should have did in the first place, but I'm going to kill this one. So I lost 45K. Oh, going to sleep like a baby tonight. Feel like I've been drugged behind a horse for 3 days. It was a beautiful day, 60 degrees, was outside, breeze was running, finished to desk, wipes off. There you go. That sounds like at least you're making some accomplishments. That's well worth it. So there's base metals. We got a couple over there. Suspended plasma is there. So if we put this between them, here, I could do water now and suspended plasma later. So let's do that. But you can never leave. Yep, that'll give me those. Cool. Let's create a link. We need water now, so we'll do water for the time being. All right. And then I hate that it puts it right over top of that. Actually, that one could do base metals too, to be honest. But yeah, we need another one for base metals. Maybe we do it off of there. That makes it a little easier. Ba 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 ba. All right. So there's my one. So let's do 2 basic for each. We'll start with that. All right. And this one's going to be our water. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try 5 first. We'll see which one's smaller. All right, it's 120. And then here. Oh, that was base metals already. This one's base metals, 23. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. See if we can do 7 each. Nope. Cool. Perfect. All right, so let's route this. Let's route this one. All right. And we're going to install these. So we want 2 water. All right, and then this one is reactive metals. We are not pushing them to the limit, so we're going to let those go. Okay, so that'll get those done. When this one's done, in another 4 minutes, 3 minutes, we'll transfer that stuff and kill both of these. Then we'll have some more. Thank you for the LP going to lay down for a little while. No worries, Scimitar. Sorry I missed that. Hope you're feeling better. The only thing I know about gas mining for free to play is the skill. Gas cloud harvesting is not a cheap skill. I get the cheapest one at the moment. It's going for 30 mil. Yeah. Yeah, that's like that compression skill. Good God. It's like a 500 mil skill. Ridiculous. I'm going to wait on this 3 minutes and get this taken care of. I need another cup of coffee. Need another cup of coffee. Now it says at 10:45 it's raining, but I don't see any rain clouds out there, and it's almost 10:30. So I think they're full of crap. But then again, what else is new? So do I have this one fully upgraded? Because this one really doesn't seem like I'm getting a total power. Yep, it is fully upgraded. All right, a little over a minute. If you don't get caught in wormhole, I agree. Yeah, there you go. But they pay for themselves fast. Yeah. Yeah. You can make a lot of money with the wormhole stuff. But once again, kind of like Fat Hamster said, I I'm notorious for getting caught. So, but I guess if you do it in an adventure, it's easy to replace. You don't lose too much. I probably wouldn't do it during this event because that might gank you just because they'll get your implants. So my brother-in-law, I don't know if you guys can see this. My brother-in-law bought me a nice Philippine map because all these storms keep coming through and I can never figure out where they're going. And so I just got to figure out where to put it up. So I like to dance with the NPCs. I hear ya. NPCs usually don't bother me. It's the player characters that get me. NPCs I can deal with. The player characters are the ones that hack me off. Yeah, so once we kill these, then we'll kill this really long route, and that'll give us a bunch of power back. So 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Countdown. So yeah, do we have any interest in a words on stream? Somebody else mentioned words on stream. If you guys want to do a words on stream, 07 in the chat. And we'll do a words on stream. Pass the time. Sitting here watching me do PI is probably not the most exciting part of your day. I hope not. And there it is. She's done. We're going to kill this one. Submit. We're going to do an expedited transfer from here all the way over here. We're going to move all of these guys over, which makes this guy empty now, and then we're going to kill him. Now we're back in business. All right, so I think we could probably add another one of each of these. I don't know if we want to do that. I need we were building guidance systems here. So I need the advanced ones. So I need 2 advanced ones. I think I need 3 advanced ones. All right. One of them is guidance systems. Starts with a G. They're down here. Guidance systems. I don't have a launch pad. Yeah, I need to build a launch pad. Where'd it go? Didn't put them on there. All right. All right. We got water controlled CPU and transmitters. We were going to build, so we're building transmitters. Transmitter. Do we have plasmoids? We do. Oh, we got a lot of plasmoids. All right. Still rock and roll to me. For all structures. That's the one we're missing. We got a couple. I'll get that one started. And water cooled CPU is the other one. Actually, I'm going to do superconductors right now. We're going to take the plasmoids. Oh, wrong one. We want the water. And the plasmoids I already have here. All right, I don't get those going. These guys are set, so as soon as this water produces, which should be here in another minute, another 5 minutes. All right. So we'll get some superconductors going. I talk a lot of you players. Oop, man. Has to be done to, I'll pass, not a words person. All right, Lego. 4 NPCs and towers are on the C4 gas sites. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah. I'll pass, not a words person. Ironing is not fun either. Yeah, I don't like ironing. Once persons understand what PI is and understand how to do it, then I think it becomes interesting to do. Yeah, I think has to be done. Actually, I'm proof you can get away without ironing. So my wife, she likes to iron, and every time she irons, as soon as I put it on, because I'm a fluffy guy, the ironing is pretty much ruined. Because as soon as I sit down, there's wrinkles back in it. So some people consider it close to IRL work, though. Don't consider it fun or challenging. Yeah, it is a thing. I had to learn very quickly when I was ready to move the stuff off the world and build the launch pad. But yeah, mine and main crop. Yep. I always use the landing pad as another storage pad, so it uses less power than a storage one. It doesn't store as much, but it's kind of nice. Not trying to be mean to you. Yep. No offense taken. I was talking to other people I know who are Omega and refuse to do PI. Yeah. She does talk to a lot of Eve players. A lot of persons misread me a lot when I'm trying to be 100% realistic, honest, and help them out better. We all prefer honesty. We do all prefer honesty. I have to iron the curtains and craft item like quilts. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's way too much work. All right, so we got these guys rebuilt. Guidance systems, I'm going to let them build up a couple and then we'll set those up. But it's good because we could also use them for something else if we wanted. We could build some more water CPUs. The problem is that the water, I'm not producing enough water. So what we could do is we could try and see if we could put another one of each of those on there. I don't know. Build. Not an extractor. Basic. There's another basic. Man, I cannot see that. Yeah, so I can get one more. Now, can I get the link to it? Yeah, I can. Okay. So water is really our key one. So let's install water. Bum, 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 bum. And then once it processes all the water, we'll switch it over to something else. or kill it. All right. So superconductor wise, we don't have enough superconductors in. Oh, actually, you know what? Nope, my superconductors are all out. So that's going to be a problem. And I don't have any polytextiles either. Man, I'm really banging it 100% here. Polytextiles come from autotrophs, and I don't have any of those. All right. Oh, excuse me. I love using the warehouse idea. A lot of PI is godsend, I feel. I use 2 in my setups. Yeah, I usually have at least 1. Sometimes I throw a second one on there. Well, I repair and alter clothing has to be done and make quilts. Yep. Yeah, see, I think repairing clothing, that's pretty cool. That's it's one of those, I don't think enough people do that. That's a great thing. I was thinking about making an Eve quilt for someone. That's pretty cool. On a field of galaxy print. I'll have to show you my my curtains. My wife we bought some material in America that's space. Has planets and nebula and all that kind of stuff. We bought a dark one, kind of a bluish space, and then one that's kind of like a pinkish purple space. And once we got here, she had them made into curtains to put on my windows. And I haven't put them on yet, but I'll be putting them on here sometime in the next week or so, and I'll definitely show you guys. But yeah, you can make a lot of money repairing clothes. That's a big business. Try to use 2 extractors with 10 drills each, and then have that sent to the first warehouse, and then have the factory converters pull from that warehouse, and then use the second warehouse for them to send the. Yeah, the problem is the warehouses use power, and so that's why I try to put them all in one warehouse, because you end up running. I run out of power on my places too much. Because if you have 10 drills on each extractor, then you can't get any advanced places. So perfect example. I have that one that we just showed. I only have 5 drills on each, which is why I thought maybe it wasn't upgraded. Come on. I only have 5 drills on each, and I have 5 basic and 3 advanced, and I'm out of power. 1 warehouse, 1 launch pad. So yeah, power is always mine. Good choice to help out the human race with that. Clothes in the U.S. are too cheap and disposable. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I think repairing them, that's awesome. I put in new zippers and hem pants a lot. Yeah, I actually have a pair of shorts here, and it's a big thing here in the Philippines. In America, I could never find anybody that would do it that would be worthwhile. It usually costs more to have a new zipper put in than it does to buy a new pair of shorts. So, but here in the Philippines, it's dirt cheap to have a zipper replaced, and so I have, I think right now, 2 or 3 pairs that are sitting here waiting to have the zipper replaced. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. What saves on the CPU and power grid is making sure everything is super close to in a weird way. That's got that set up in the game. Yeah. And unfortunately, because I use the same planet for months on end, that doesn't work out quite as well. Especially when you're pulling 2 resources. I'm in high sec, and so the resources aren't that close. So all right, so polytextiles. I need to bring these over here. Let's do that. So let's set a destination for these guys. Except I'm not going to be able to pick them up on this ship. All right. Come to rip out and replace a zipper. I just live with the broken zippers. My sweatshirt has had a broken zipper for 6 or 7 years. Yeah, that's usually where I was. I recycle old clothing and other things. $20. Yeah. See here? It's like $2. And that's a blessing to them. Most of them don't make $2 a week. So me doing my 3 pairs of shorts is gonna give them more than they make in a month. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, most times I can go to Walmart and buy a pair of shorts for less than $20. So also torn pocket, it's just a flat. Usually the torn pocket I'll sew up myself. And so yeah, I asked the local artist to shorten my pants. First time it caught and came undone. Second time I went there, I said to them, I will pay more if you double the stitching. They said, no worries, don't need it, and came apart again. Yeah, that's why I'm making a second PI mining account to help with conversion efforts better. Yeah, that does help. Yeah, DLH is right. Cheap thread, which really sucks. Miniature electronics. That's from Chiral structures, so that's why those Chiral structures are there. So yeah, so I'm putting some of them there and some of them here, but I think we're actually mining them here too. Yeah, we're mining them here. But yeah, we're mining them here. Do we need them for this? No. So yeah, we're mining Chiral structures here and we're not using them for nothing. So let me go pick those up. All right. I'm going to pick up on my PI.
Active.
I don't even use my pants zipper. I just pull them straight up and use suspenders, no button or zipper needed. There you go. I always have to have my zipper done. And that's what these zippers are. It's usually in my crotch. So yeah, I want to make sure those zippers work. I don't want anybody here thinking of not only am I a crazy white guy who stands out like a sore thumb, but I've always got my zipper down. That would really go wrong. It looked like only one thread attached at certain points, hardly even sewed. I kind of know a tiny bit because my mom was a seamstress, but she's got rid of the equipment now. Yeah, my wife actually had a sewing machine, and she sold it when we left for dirt cheap. But I don't think she ever used it. I think the only time it got used was when I used it. So I took home ec in high school, mostly to meet girls, which I didn't really do very well. But yes, but I learned how to cook. I can't cook worth a damn, but I did learn how to sew. And to this day, I still have the sweatsuit. Well, at least the sweatpants. They're cut off into shorts now. But I still have the sweatpants that I made in my home economics class over 40 years ago. So, but yeah, well, zipper works, but I never use it. It's basically brand new because it's never used. There you go. Yeah, I actually put a safety pin to keep the button closed so it doesn't even pop. There you go. Depends on the pants. I put a full seam on work pants and dress pants, get a blind hem and the sew circle. Yeah. But who that it finally set like lightning from the blue. All right, there's my construction blocks. We'll pick these guys up. We're going to have to move these. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not trying to build nothing. All right, yeah, so it looks like we just got a whole ton of raw structures here for no reason. I don't know why. It's kind of my middle name. Mechanical parts I do need. They're used for one of the others. I can see you whisper. I do baby sewing. I don't think I do deep sewing. Yeah. Just sew a new button on. Yeah. Sorry, I don't think I worded that right. Simple sewing. Yep. Yep. Buttons are not needed when a safety pin does the job. Yep. Until you bend it. That's a good point. Once it gets bent, they're kind of ruined. You can never bend them back. But yeah, if you're never using it, just sew it closed. You just pull it up. I am free to play at the moment and trying to build a new Raven Navy issue. Good job. I also safety pin the hem. Pants are always too long. Curse of being short, fat guy. When the pants wear out, safety pins get moved to new pants. There you go. Well, and safety pins are what? Like 10 cents a piece? Yeah. Definitely more cost effective, but buy a bunch of them. I have never built any of the Navy ships. That's pretty cool. Like $1 for 100. There you go. Yep. Yeah, so that's the key. That's one of those things I should have gotten in America before I came here. Can't find safety pins here. Clothespins, safety pins. Yeah, can't find that kind of stuff.
Warp drive active.
All right, we got some robotics here. That's good. What are the Chiral structures for? Yeah. For the consumer electronics. All right, cool. On. Turn your LP in for blueprints. Oh, I have a ton of LP. I need to do that. I need to do that. I have a ton of LP. Yeah, I don't know why that's not one of the things I've ever done. It's kind of weird. It definitely seems like something I would have done.
Warp drive active.
Using a mining BB idea to help better ore pulling, but mining BB idea pulls better than a free-to-play vent does. There you go. I do know how to sew. Often use a needle and thread. Even own a sewing machine. Yep. And we'll break it out for a big job. Most things aren't worth the effort. Like I said, clothes in the U.S. It's cheap. Yep. Yeah. Like I said. Yeah. Well, and like DLH said, $20 to have a zipper replaced, and I can go to Walmart and get a new pair of shorts for less than $20. So, but I think that's part of the problem with the American society too. Is it they think everything's disposable, and so I won't lie. In a free-to-play event, it takes me 8 hours, if not more, to fill up 5,500 jet cans. Same amount of time with my mining BB idea can fill 4 of those jet cans. That's cool. Not too many people do jet can mining anymore. I did it here several weeks ago on stream, and they all laughed at me. That's the way we all did it back in the day, because everything is disposable. Yeah. Venture mining and Pockman can haul you Nausium ore with 40k yield per 100 units. Yeah, I need to start doing that because the Nox is what I need. That's the one that really, really hurts me.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, we don't have no superconductors. Actually. So what we need to do is we need to take these superconductors. Actually, we need expedited transfer. We need to put superconductors and the guidance systems. Put them in the pull our robotics.
Warp drive active.
Polyamerids. That's what I was thinking, right? No, it's poly. I think it's polytextiles. Yeah, it was polytextiles. Because everything is disposable. Yep. or buy tasselite ore in the market when DRB sells it. Yeah, that's the other option. Is just jump to Pokvan and buy the ore and jump back. It's pretty easy to scan down a wormhole into Pokvan. All right, so I'm gonna put this in here. I gotta actually take these over. Can't take it right to my cargo without transferring it first. So, all right. I don't even know what's here. What are we picking up? Coolant? I don't know what we're building. We're not building nothing. Oh, I need oxygen. What the hell happened? Well, that's making electrolytes. Oh, I got plenty of power. Why is there no... Oh, because I bet you the oxygen's not around. Noble gas makes oxygen. Yeah, we could do it here. Can only get one. All right. Electrolytes, water, electrolytes. Well, the water's not going to do me any good. What is pulling? Oh, it's pulling a ton. That's why. Yeah, we only have almost 10,000 electrolytes. All right, we'll shut that one off in a bit. My goodness gracious, you guys are chatting up a storm. If I can get him to mine ever again, Jita, actually, I get it when Jita. The wormholes go directly there, or the glorification filaments will get you close. I use a cryos for mineral hauling, and then I use a miasmos to get the ore I mine from the jet can. Yep, that works. I'm going to take my porpoise there for my for the compression. There you go. The ore I'm talking about is 1,000 M3 compressed, and he sold it for 125 million ISK. He transported in a venture. Wow. We did it last week. I use Iteron to haul the auto integrity preservation seals, core temperature regulator, life support backup units. Yep. All right, so we'll get that one going. It'll get us some oxygen. It's not going to get us much. So yeah, there's nothing here to pick up. So let's dock. Once again, still didn't help us with the other one. So he's got 8. So we could send these 5. Actually, we'll send 2.
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
That'll allow him to complete that one. And cheap perfume. All right, throw these guys in the item hanger. Really a waste to send them two, but I'll allow them to complete that. For the rest of these resources, actually, let me put these in ammo. All right. Then I went my mini G by myself and lost my prospect to a damn hunter and a frigate. Moving ore and adventure. Scrub needs to get a GUD. Only way to move ore is in a jump freighter. Yeah, not in Pockvan. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, jump freighter. They'll take that out pretty damn quick. All right. So we sent that to him. That'll allow him to get that one completed. Polytextile. Now I think, yeah, Jacob is over here. Oh, Jacob's over here just sitting. What's Jacob doing? Nobody in Eufine. Yeah. Yeah, they're always on the opposite end from us. Actually, I don't know. Blue Gray's in the stream. All right, so Jacob, he's got his guys building stuff. And his is low sec. And there's the polytextiles. I knew he was building polytextiles. See? Come on. And water. We can always ship some water in. Water's always good. And biomass. I got a ton of biomass. Alright, got his all restarted. But yeah, I need to actually pick his up. Maybe we'll go do that. Maybe we'll go do that. Well, that's low sec. That's a little more stressful. Private eyes, you're watching you. Every move. You even get dancing here. Private eyes. All right, we got 11 minutes. And then I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. It's hard to stay still for the filament to activate in 30 seconds. Ore field is huge, though. Definitely requires a prop mod. Propulsion mod. Makes sense. Private eyes are watching you. They see your every move.
Drive active.
So what kind of implants does this guy have? Because I'm going into low sec. Limited, limited, limited. Standard, standard. Yeah, he should be fine. Not that anybody can see that, but they'll probably see he's only like 6 months old, and hopefully realize that he's not going to pay for high-end implants. Then again, they may not even care.
Drive active.
I send those through looking through my private eyes. I think I've been to Pokemon once ever, and Wormhole Space probably can count it on both hands in my 21 years of playing. Yeah, I actually was in Pokemon a lot, but I got killed in Pokemon a lot, which is why I stopped going. It's like every time I just dip my toe in there, somebody jumps me. Usually player characters who feel that it's their system and I shouldn't be there. So not just interested in being hunted. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Wormhole, on the other hand, I look around to try and see if it looks like it's not populated. And if it's not populated, I don't mind carrying on. But if somebody lives there, I don't want to piss them off. I'm always afraid of hurting somebody's feelings. I miss mining Tasselite ore, yeah. That's the other problem, though, is that each time I've gone to the wormhole and mined ore, I haven't got the stuff I needed. So, the Russians are aggressive. Yes, the Russians are very aggressive. And the Russians control most of Pokemon. So, yeah. The thing is, I never actually talked to them to see if I could make a deal with them to just say, hey, I'm not here to bother you. Because I'm sure they assume if I'm there, I'm wanting to cause trouble. And somehow I could probably convince them otherwise, but you know.
Warp drive active.
Even if it's not populated, yeah. There are always cloaky, yes, that's true. Yeah, I had one yesterday that I was doing. I did actually just for the scans. And I saw his probes. That's how I knew that there was somebody there. And then finally he uncloaked, I guess, to see if I would uncloak. And I'm like, hell no, I'm not uncloaking. I'm a chicken shit. So yeah. Man against man. Can any nation stand alone? Alright. Only 2 people here. So surely I should be okay. Don't call me Shirley. Spirit prize ever. But yeah, I agree with you, Lego. When I'm in wormhole space, man, it's super stressful. Super stressful.
Warp drive active.
Victory is not alone. In the darkest night. Boom. This is the nice thing about this one is I'm usually warping around enough. It's hard for them to pinpoint me. Industrial fibers we're going to leave. Poly textiles is what we want. Darkest night, rising like a shine. Fire. Oh, I already transferred. Duh. I don't know, George.
Active.
Our holes have static entry. Usually they are closed unless they've been scanned and recorded with fewer wandering wormholes. That's good. Yeah, that's usually the way to do it, to keep it from being too problematic. Why is there so much noble gas? Am I not producing? Am I not? I gotta look at that one.
Warp drive active.
Electric with me. You see, she got what she wants, 'cause she's heart and soul. She's hot and cold. I actually was able to pick up everything. Come on. Or maybe not. Why is it not picking up? Oh, I didn't transfer it yet. Well, like, what, you know, you could tell me that. Heaven forbid. Of course, I don't know. If I'm such an idiot, I'm just going to sit there and keep doing it, you know. So it seems these are not, that's oxidizing compound. I'm lost. This one. No, it's producing them. It's going through. It just doesn't have enough to cover it. And it's all the way upgraded too. Alright. Doc. And then what I'll do is I'll contract all this to Falstaff and have him come pick it up. Do you like Tears for Fears? I pretty much like everybody. Any 80s and 90s bands. That was definitely the era for music, in my opinion. She's hot and soul.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Bum 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 bum. Yeah, that's what I've always been, and that's what I have mostly in here. So, all right, let's throw you in here. Stack all. And then we're going to give all this to Falstaff. Bum, 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 bum. All right, that takes care of that. Now we'll have him come pick that up. And what I'll do is I'll head back to my mission one. I haven't been actually updating his for quite a while, so. All right, so let's see what I want to do. I need to fly back there. Oh, there's the ads are getting ready to come on. All right. Ads starting in less than a minute. So actually, I'm going to, while I'm sitting here, I'm going to run down and I'm going to get another cup of coffee. So I'll be right back. Abigail, you want to go outside? Want to go outside? Want to go outside? No? Okay, I'll be right back.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, man, look at that. I made it in record time. Ad just started.
Autopilot disabled.
All right, so let's see. We could fly. Do I got an epithal? I bet you I do have an epithal here. No, I don't. I could build an epithal. Problem is, it won't carry anything else. Mr. Bond, your hairdo looks cool on you. I appreciate it. Thanks. I have a bald spot back there that I am able to ignore because I can't see it. So, except when I get sunburn on it, then I know it's there. Then I know it's there. Then I know it's there. I usually let it get super shaggy, but here in this, I'm in the Philippines now, so I was originally in America, in the Kansas City region. In April, I retired and moved here to the Philippines, which is where my wife is from. My wife has been in America. Actually, let me wait till the ads are over because you might not be able to. Oh, you're Turbo. But yeah, my wife lived in America for 18 years with me. So, any luck with scans? I didn't actually do any scans. I got a haircut last week, Blue Gray. But yeah, unfortunately here, when they cut it, they either cut it really short or really long. And so, what is this Apothees? Is it configured for anything? It's got nothing. All right, we'll fly this one. Yeah, the Apethol got blown up in Jeddah, so I fitted a squall. I'm about to finish training to get into a deluge. Yeah, Cobot Ops Cloak. There you go. Figured you cut your own hair. You seem the type. I have a pair of clippers, so I can clip my own hair. But every time I do it, it really doesn't turn out really well, which I don't care. But normally the wife says something. So, and unfortunately here, it's like $2 to get my hair cut. So it really doesn't make any sense not to pay them to do it. I gave the guy, I think I gave the guy a $3 tip, you know, because just because he did a better job than I do than I got in America for $20. So yeah. Yeah, she doesn't that's not her thing. She did it once and she wouldn't let me go out of the house cuz she said it looked so bad. I didn't care. But she's like, "No, it looks bad." So, but when I do trim it myself with my clippers, she usually kind of touches it up. But Filipino lady feel like they have not forgotten about old school thinking. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, she's the best thing that ever happened to me. So yeah, I was married to an American woman. I have 2 kids with my first wife, and yeah, and that was a nightmare. My kids are great, but the marriage, I was married to her for 13 years before she finally demanded a divorce, which I was horribly against divorce. And so when she demanded it, I was like, sure, you're doing me a favor. And so then I was able to move on. So, but yeah, her, Adele and I, my current wife, the Filipina, we've been married going on 19 years. So, but yeah, paying someone to cut my hair is like paying someone to feed me now. Yeah. Yeah, well, like in my case, like I said, it's $2. And I mean, the guy does a fantastic job. And like I said, I'm one of those people, and I don't know if you guys understand this. You probably do. But if you touch me, you're getting a tip. All right? Because I'm one of those that, if you're touching me, I just think that deserves a tip. There's a lot of really disgusting people in the world, and I think if you have a job where you have to touch people, that's a tipping job. Like I said, in America, if I could tip doctors, I would tip doctors. But yeah, doctors always look at you like, I make $1 billion a year. You like to pay people to touch you. I get it. Yeah, exactly. No, the people that touch me have to touch me. They get extra. But yes, I could see how it could be read that way. Not all American women are the same, fellas. And that is true. That is true. DLH is one of those American women, so I don't want to offend anybody. My ex-wife was a work of art. We're going to leave it at that. I affectionately refer to her as Satan. And honestly, I think that's an insult on the devil. So, but she did give me 2 beautiful children, which I can't fault her for. She's unfortunately ruining one of their lives now. So, but why would she stop? But yeah, when I met my current wife, I was at rock bottom. My divorce ruined me. I considered it the biggest failure of my life. And when I met her and started redeeming my life, it was miraculous. So she was definitely the best thing that ever happened to me. So I like to tip Uber drivers $10 when they take me around. See, I'm the same way, and they don't even touch me. So yes, and I don't want Blue Gray to get in that I have Uber drivers touch me. So comrade, good to see you. But yes, I'm one of those where if I don't get foot massages. I don't do massages, even though I've got this horrible kink in my neck now. I don't do massages because I just don't like to be touched by people. But like a haircut, I mean, they charge $2 for a haircut. $2. And like I said, the guy considers it a blessing because $2 is a lot to him, However, Filipinos are wonderful, friendly people. I had one as a friend in high school. Yes, Filipinos are honestly, they are the greatest people in the world. And hands down. And I'm not saying that just because I live here. They, above and beyond, they are just, they are the happiest people I've ever met, and they have the least amount of things. They are just, they proved to me years and years ago. So with my wife and I, one of the promises, I made her several promises when we got married, and that I'd take care of her, that I'd love her forever, all that crap. And then, and then and then I made her promise we'd come home every 2 years to the Philippines so she could see her mom. Until when her mom passed away about 5 or 6 years ago, we stopped doing that. And then I told her we would retire here when we decided to retire. I just didn't think we'd ever be able to retire. And so all those promises had come true. I don't know that I hit every 2 years, but we were pretty close. But chiropractor, yeah, the chiropractor's like a doctor. I tried to tip my chiropractor, and she was smoking hot, so which is how I refer to my wife. But yeah, she was smoking hot. I literally chose this woman. I got into a car accident, and I literally chose this woman because of her picture on the website, and so, which I try not to be that superficial guy, but she had her picture on there for a reason, and she was also a really good chiropractor. But I tried to tip her several times, and she finally told me, you need to stop that because that's not appropriate for doctors. And I didn't want to tell her, you're a chiropractor, you're not a real doctor. but yeah, I wonder if you need your neck popped. Yeah, I probably do. But they don't have chiropractors here because they're not, in America we call them not real doctors, Yeah, they don't have chiropractors really here, so I'm sure I could probably find one in Manila or someplace, but I haven't been to a barber in maybe close to 30 years. A $20 clipper is one of the best investments I can make. I have those $20 clippers, and the main reason I had it is because my haircuts cost me $20. So I thought, if I buy the clippers for $20, but literally every time I do it, it just doesn't look right, Even just clipping it. Now, I don't clip it all the way down. I don't clip it that short, but I'm still doing pretty short. And, so I would have to do it 2 or 3 times myself, and then I'd have to go to the barber to at least have them kind of fix it up. And like I said, I had to have my wife touch up the back and that kind of stuff, which she was always uncomfortable doing. And so, but yeah, a lot of them are holistic. That's true. Yep, that's true. Yep. And they don't take pharma. That's true as well. Mine was one of those, didn't believe in the whole medicine thing, and America's gone the whole medicine route, but put on a number 3 and just buzz it. Yeah, I did it. I do 5 on the side and the back, and then I just kind of trim the top until I can brush it back to cover my bald spot. I don't comb it over for the bald spot. I always brush my hair back, and it just happens to cover the bald spot. I don't do it on purpose. But pay a man to fish for you or pay a man to teach you how to fish. Exactly. But like I said, here, it's completely different. Because here, that's their livelihood. This guy, he probably makes 300 or 400 pesos a week. Which is 3 or 4 haircuts. And so, by me giving it, not only giving him the 100 pesos for the haircut, which is about $2, I also give him like a 200 peso tip, which is probably a $4 tip. And in that case, I mean, that's the equivalent of 2 other haircuts. And so, yeah, he may have meat that week instead of just rice, so. Yeah, it is, but it's a different livelihood. Because what happens is they work for Great Clips. And so Great Clips is giving them like $2 an hour. And Great Clips is charging $20 a haircut. And, they're robbing those people blind. So Great Clips is really the only one making any money in that deal. And, they're like, well, we provide the facility. They don't provide the clippers. Each one of them has to have their own clippers. Each one of them has to have their own training, and and so yeah, it's kind of a crock. So,
Warp drive active.
but yeah, it's the livelihood of lots of people. Yeah, bullcrap. Doctors don't take farmer incentives. No, a lot of doctors do take farmer incentives. Yes. Yeah, but the chiropractors usually don't. Yep. But yes, I do live well below. Well below. We lived probably on 8 to 10,000 a month in Kansas City when we were working, and I'm living on probably less than a fifth of that. So, but I also want to be a good human being, and so I want to give I want to give back to the public. So, like I said, these guys are happy whether I have them cut my hair or not. But if I have them cut my hair and give them a nice tip, their kids might eat better that week than any other week. And so yeah, I want to be a blessing. So they also have the overhead. They do have the overhead. They have the electric. They have the website that lets you make the appointment. All that crap. But they don't have that much. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Yeah, we were living on 8 to 10. I mean, my electric bill in Kansas City was probably really close to $400 a month. Just the electric bill. That's not counting any of the others. Yeah, so here in the Philippines, I have a 4-bedroom house. 4-bedroom, 2-bath, full house that I'm renting while our house is going to be built. And we're paying $300 a month. So, and it's actually less than $300 a month. I do everything to 50 pesos per dollar. But right now, the exchange rate's about 56. I just sent money today, and I think it was 56, almost 57.
Warp drive active.
So, but yeah, rent is a lot, especially for businesses. Insurance, that's another one. But that's another American kind of scam, the whole insurance thing. I mean, we paid $300 or $400 a month for our renter's insurance, which we had a condo, so it was renter's insurance when we were in Kansas City. We had which we then sold the condo, but they counted it as renter's insurance. But we had a condo, we had 2 cars, and then we had some life insurance. And we paid like, $300 to $400 a month for insurance, which I have no insurance here. None. Zero. Voila. Voila is a Filipino, means nothing. But Tagalog, it means nothing. Sorry. I'm learning Tagalog. And so, but yeah, I mean, I got nothing here. And so, my cars had been paid off for a while, so we didn't have car payments. We didn't have any of that. But now we don't have a car. We do have a car here. We have a 15-passenger van that we use now. But we're probably this month going to pay cash for a car here so that we can be a little more mobile. But I miss the hair places that didn't sell the products. Yeah, most of them, that's how they make most of their money. They charge a discounted rate for the cut, and then try and get you with the products. But yeah, I mean, I would go into Great Clips, and Great Clips would charge me, I don't know, $15 for a haircut, and then I would give a $10 tip because they touched me, And so, you know, massage therapist, haircuts. I tried to give a tip to the guy who gave me my colonoscopy. He got pissed off with me too, But yeah, he did a lot more than touch. Let's be honest. I mean, he tried to give me the video. I think that's why I offered him the tip, was because I said, I definitely don't want to see the video of my colonoscopy. If you tell me I'm good, that's why I was here. Sign the paper. It says I'm good. I don't have to do this again for another 10 years, and I don't need the video. Literally going to a place no man has gone before. Wow.
Docking request accepted.
So you did some homemade yeah, porn. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's got to be the most horrible porn ever. And here, today, we're showing the colonoscopy. Oh, God. I mean, I can't imagine. All right, so we could... Let me pick up this contract. Accept. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't carry all this stuff back, but I could probably carry the poly textiles, maybe. All right, let's switch to the rock transport. Make sure all this stuff is... Yeah, it's all... Stack it all up. There we go. That's better. Next time I fall... All right. I'm going to leave those minerals. I'm going to take these. Let's see. I'm going to take the poly textiles. We could really use the water. Nope, can't carry it. Yeah, we're going to have to make another run in the epithal anyway, so we may as well just take this and then come back with the epithal. Large cap battery. All right. Let me check the thing. Yeah, that would be going too far. Yes. Insurance and banking should be made legal. Why? Why is because they don't produce anything. Exactly. Exactly. Well, and like in America, I had my car insurance for up. The clouds are starting to roll in now. I had my car insurance for 20 years. You know, with the same company, 20 years. My windshield gets a crack in it, and they won't even replace my windshield. I'm like, I've been paying you $400 a month, and you won't replace my $200 windshield? I mean, that's crap. Yeah, it was educational. Yeah, the fact that he told me I was good was the only education I needed. I don't need to see, the going too far. Okay. I mean, thank God they knocked me out. I mean, because, So I had, when I was younger, when I was in my 30s, I had to have a colonoscopy. And it was back before they had an anesthesiologist that was required for the colonoscopy. So my doctor knocked me out, and I woke up in the middle of it. And I still have nightmares about that. The movie Anaconda, I have never been able to watch because that's exactly what I envisioned with the sensation I felt. There was a snake crawling through my body, and technically I guess that was correct, but he claimed, oh, there's no way you remember anything, and I'm like, yeah. Needless to say, he wasn't my doctor anymore, but so then when I reached, my 40s, they wanted to do another one, and I'm like, hell no, you're not getting near me with that thing. And so finally, when I got to 50, my doctor was kind of like, yeah, exactly. When I got to 50, my doctor's like, look, you got to have this done. So, and we, just so you know, we have an anesthesiologist on board now. You don't have anything to worry about. They're in the room with you the whole time. There is no way you're going to wake up. And so, yeah, I had one at 50, and then I had another one right before we left, even though it wasn't 10 years. I went ahead and had another one just so I had the clean bill of health before we left. And, yeah, like I said, the only thing I was going for was that they said, yep, you're good. And that's all I needed. So, but yeah, I was like, because yeah, waking up during it, yeah, you want to have nightmares about something. Oh, my Lord. Like I said, I don't have trouble sleeping. Never had trouble sleeping. And I have very vivid dreams, but I always know it's a dream. But those nightmares were disturbing, very disturbing, very disturbing. But yeah, my doctor was not good at math, which by the term doctor, he should have been, right? Here, here, very well said. The third American central bank in history needs to go. I agree with that. Yep. Yeah, the fractional reserve needs to go. Yeah, exactly. Fractional reserve. Now, I worked for a bank for 25 years, so I have a little bit different opinion on some of that, but you are correct when it comes to banking. There's an awful lot of money in banking for something that doesn't produce anything. They actually just take what you produced by your hard labor and use it to make money for themselves, which just seems like a crime. That's like saying, okay, I'm going to steal the diamonds that you went and you mined, and then I'm going to use I'm going to sell them to make money for myself. That's kind of the same thing. So the silver is pretty high now. Yeah, the silver is really high. Actually, the only thing higher than it, I think, is what's the one they have in the catalytic converters? Is it platinum? There's one of them in catalytic converters. So we had a big problem years ago where people were stealing the catalytic converters and salvaging them for the couple ounces of platinum in them, because the platinum that was in the catalytic converter was worth more than the cost of the catalytic converter in the first place. And so they were cutting them off cars. I rode the bus back and forth to Kansas City. I lived out in one of the suburbs. And so I rode the bus back and forth, in our bus stop where we all parked our cars to park and ride, it had catalytic converters stolen from it multiple times. So I'll be the first one to hop on board with the banking idea if it was moral. Yeah. The Amish have their own community banking. Yep. Help them buy property and business. That's it. I love to buy silver at the moment if I can find me. I'm 100%. See, that's the other problem. Same with gold. I think most of these people that are selling gold, it's all scams. And so it's like, why would I even open myself up to that? It's the nice thing here in the Philippines. So yeah, so we retired in April, moved to the Philippines permanently. The nice things here in the Philippines, it's all cash economy. They don't work on credit. They don't work on anything. Very few places take a credit card. It's all cash. And there's a lot of honesty in that. We pay our rent in cash. We pay our electric bill in cash. We pay everything in cash. And so there's a lot to be said for that. So, but yeah, it is a seller's market. Sounds like Cuba. Yep. Yep. Except we can't get good cigars.
Warp drive active.
We really can't get good anything, to be honest. But cash only. Yep. And like I said, cash only is probably not correct, because there are places that will take a credit card. Some of the higher end, we got in Manila, there's a Texas Roadhouse and a Red Lobster. They take credit cards, The S&R will take a credit card, which we always use our credit card there because it's easier for me to pay it in America. I pay the credit card from the American bank account than to send the money here, convert it, and then pay it in cash. So, but yes, electric is out a lot here, and so I think that's one of the key ones. So tell them to stay on cash and never go to digital. Yeah, well, digital currency, that's a whole. I can't understand why anyone would pay for something you can't hold. Okay, I mean, this Bitcoin crap. I mean, so you're telling me I can spend money and there'll be a record out on somebody's computer that says I have that money, but it could disappear. They could shut the computer off, or, any number of things could happen, and then I won't have it? Yeah, sure. Sign me up for that. But yeah, that's just crazy. So, but I worked for a bank for 25 years. That's where I made my livelihood. So I can't really I can't really complain about the banking system because that's why I was able to retire at 57. Was because I got paid a ton of money by a mid tier bank in Kansas City. I think the social credit score idea is a bad idea. It's a controlling idea, enslavement. Yep. I had a awesome credit until my divorce. Never missed a payment in my life. Okay? But because of my divorce, my credit fell by over 500 points. I mean, ridiculous. And then I spent the next 20 years, 18 years, building it back up again just by doing the same thing I did before, paying my bills on time, things of that nature. But I remember when my current wife, when she first got to America, my credit was so bad they wouldn't even let me buy a washing machine. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I've had an 800 credit score for my entire life. And like, well, you don't have an 800 one now. And I called around and they said, oh yeah, if you get a divorce. I'm like, I have never missed a payment. They said, doesn't matter. Because you got a divorce, you're now considered high risk. And I was just like, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. One of my biggest beef with the banking idea is the bail. Yep. Yeah, the bailout stuff. I'm sorry. If you're going to make money off the American people, you shouldn't expect the government to then bail you out and keep you going. And so I do like that the bank deposits are insured and the government will cover them. But sorry, Booga, yours was held up. But yeah, the other one's one of those, being able to turn off someone's money because they aren't behaving right. It's tyrannical. It is. No, you're good. It just the auto mod wasn't sure what you were trying to say. So, but it is. You're absolutely right. But yeah, because I got divorced, even though I never missed a single payment in my life, because I got divorced, my credit score dropped by over 500 points. Now I'm back up over 800, I think 820. But yeah, it's just, I've heard worse to my face. That's total crap there, how they gave you the shaft like that. Yeah, well, it's because they can. We've given them so much power that they can, get away with it. But I mean, it worked out, because at the time we were trying to build my wife's credit because she was a new immigrant into America and she had zero credit. And so we were like, okay, well, can you run her credit and see if she can buy the washing machine? And sure shit. They were like, oh yeah, she's got perfect credit, not a blemish. Well, yeah, she arrived last week. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. But, that's the way it works. That's can't fight big business, can't fight the money. So I was upset about it for a while, and you guys will get a kick out of this one too. So, and I think I've talked about this on stream before. And then people get upset when the people start wiping out health fund execs. Exactly. Or congressmen. Like, we're gonna vote in what's good for you, but what you use is not going to be good enough for us. Congress needs to have their own health plan that takes care of us, and we need to have no term limits. We need to have a job until we're 175 years old so we can keep making money. You should have said, just wait and I'll force her for a minute. Yeah, it was weird. All because of divorce. They said, yeah, you're high risk. But on the other hand, so I paid off my student loans, and I paid off my student loans in record time. Because I was one of those people, I didn't want to have a debt. I went to a really cheap school. And so my first wife and I were in the process of moving to Kansas City when I paid them off. And so I said to them, okay, so this is paid off. I need something in writing that says it's paid off. And they were also I was out of Sallie Mae, which was in, I think, Sallie Mae and FIA, which was the Pennsylvania Higher Education Assistance Agency, which was just for Pennsylvania. But they were switching back and forth between those financial institutions or um, the help for colleges and that kind of stuff, financial assistance. And so they said, well, we're in the process of changing and you're in the process of moving. So when the new system gets up, when the new people take over, Sally Mae was turning it over to somebody else, Student Loan Servicing Center or something. They said when they get it up, they'll send you a receipt that says you paid. And I'm like, no, I want a receipt now. And they said, no, you'll get it from them. And there wasn't anything I could do about it. I couldn't argue with them. It's nothing I could do. So sure enough, fast forward 25 years later, I get contacted, my work gets contacted from this company saying they want to garnish my wages because I haven't paid my student loans. So I go back trying to find this paperwork, and I find, of course, back then it wasn't email, back in the 90s, early 2000s. Well, I go back trying to find this information and finally get down to the fact that, oh, they actually never sent it to me. So I have no proof that it's paid. I said, well, I went back to the banks. The banks only keep records for 7 years, so nobody had any bank records that showed that I had paid 25 years earlier. It was all a racket. So I ended up paying my student loans a second time. And not only my student loans, I paid my student loans and all the interest that had accrued and penalties for 25 years, which is where I was. My whole student loan, my whole college career cost me less than 10 grand. Okay? I went to college for 5 years and the bill was less than 10 grand. What they charged me, about less than 10 years ago, what they contacted my company and wanted to garnish my wages for was $38,000. I didn't have anything because all that had been destroyed. It was 25 years earlier. They had never contacted me. They had never asked me. I had kind of assumed that, okay, if I still owed them, they would have contacted me. They claimed they had been trying to contact me for 20 years, which, of course, they hadn't. I had the same phone that I had from the East Coast, for crying out loud. No, that's the other thing. So with the government, you really need to be careful with the government. Because my first wife, she had a tax debt. Actually, her first husband never filed taxes. And so when her and I were married, at the 10-year mark, we got hit by the government because her ex-husband had not paid his taxes from 12 years earlier, before I'd even met her. And they took my money. She was a stay-at-home mom. And they took my money. And I said, hey, this is, she's a stay-at-home mom. This is my money, blah, blah, blah. And they said, you're absolutely right. I said, there's also a 7-year statute. They said, no, there's a 7-year for you. You got to keep your records for 7 years. We can go back as long as we want. And so, yeah, it was 12 years. And they took our money. We were supposed to get a really large tax refund. And this was back before automatic deposit. They sent me a letter with I think we were supposed to get like a $70,000 tax refund. And, which was way high. But anyway, they sent me like, I think $70 and a letter that said, we're sure you're going to have questions about this, so here's a number to call. And I was like on the phone 12 seconds after opening the envelope. And I said, what the? And they were like, well, it turns out your wife has been evading, the tax authorities for all these years. And I'm like, she's been on every one of our tax returns for the last 10 years. Her Social Security number. They said, yeah, we don't use the Social Security numbers. We go by name. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. Her name's been the same. Says, yeah, the name she's been using has been the same. But this year she changed her Social Security card to her married name. And that's what flagged it in our system. And so that's what I told him. I said, well, number two, I said, this is your problem, not mine, because number one, that's her ex-husband. That's from 12 years ago before I even met her. And what you're taking is my money. She doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom. I said, so this is wrong on so many levels, I can't even touch it. And they said, you're absolutely right. If you want, we will send you a form called an injured spouse form, and you can fill it out, and we will give you your money back, but we will arrest your wife for tax evasion, and she will spend the next 20 years in prison. Now, had I known 3 years later we'd be divorced, I'd have been like, where do I sign? You know, that would have been the cheapest divorce in history. But no. I said, well, I'm not going to let my wife go to jail. So they kept my money. I was furious. And the guy told me, and this has stuck with me since that day. He said, if you don't want the government to keep your money, you shouldn't let the government hold your money. Because by you having such a large tax return, there was really no guarantee we were ever going to give it to you. And I was like, so from that day forward, until I got remarried, actually until after I got remarried, my taxes came to within $100 of what I owed every freaking year. I mean, it took me forever to do the math, but I was like, there is no way I am giving you guys another cent. Because it's not a savings plan. Yeah, well, like I said, hindsight's always 20/20. Had I known she was going to demand a divorce another 3 years later, I would have been like, hell yeah, sign me up. Crap, I missed my exit. Yeah, income tax is a big scam. But of course, yeah, she had no records to show that it had actually been filed. You know, she was married before me, and Pennsylvania has a rule that you can't get divorced unless both parties sign, and her husband refused to sign. So it took her 5 years to get divorced. And it took her a long time to get her name set back and all that stuff. So when we got married, she told me, hey, I'm not going to change my Social Security card, you know, just in case. Hedging her bets. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. I mean, as long as you're using my last name, I don't care what you change. Well, yeah, my fault. Because then 10 years for our 10-year anniversary, she changed her Social Security card. And that's what flagged it in their system. The guy, that was the two things he told me that stuck with me. Is the Social Security system, the creators of the Social Security number do not use the Social Security number as an identifying thing. And then number two was, if you don't want the government to keep your money, you shouldn't let the government have your money. And I was like, from that day forward, I was like, hell no, you're not getting my money. And literally, I think for the next 10 years, my taxes were like $100. I either owed them $100 or they owed me $100. It was like dead on. Yeah. I spend my time and get money in return, which is taxed. I pay for groceries, which is taxed. Fuel is taxed. Yep. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then what do they even do with the tax money? I mean, in Kansas City, we had more potholes than anywhere in the rest of the country. It's ridiculous. It's like they're not even using it. But yeah. But like I said, had I known we were going to be divorced 3 years later, I would have signed that paper and had them pick her ass up and been like, I'm done. I took my 70 grand and ran with it. Of course, you know, it was, I think it was 2 years after that I got notified that I owed $38,000 for my student loans. I was like, wait a minute, I already paid my student loans. Can you prove it? Can you prove you paid? Because we don't think you can prove it. If you can prove it, we won't charge you. But if you can't prove it, you're going to pay us again. Yeah. That's the way, yeah. People say, oh, you got a lot of reasons to hate America. I do not hate America. In no way, shape, or form. Most of this isn't America. It's It's the businesses that are taking advantage. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Some of the things they let them get away with. But I did. I paid my my student loans twice. Paid them off completely again. The whole $38,000. So I paid the less than 10 grand the first time and the 38,000 the second. Capitalism. That's it. Abuse of power, bureaucracy, all of the above. Yep. And unfortunately, you can't fight the government. I think there's a lot of people who have said that before, but you can't fight the government, and it's ridiculous. All right, let me board this one. Mr. Bill, ever heard of saying the power to tax is the power to destroy? That's it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and it's just getting worse. I mean, it's so bad in America. Yeah, of course there isn't. Yeah, well, let's take that out. The trit's what we'll leave. Where was I headed with that? You can't afford to retire early. We had people that worked at the bank with me that could not retire until their 70s. And then when they retired, within a year, they were dead. So they worked their whole life and retired thinking, okay, now the government's finally going to take care of me because they say, oh, at 70, I get full amount. And no. And then passed away and got nothing. And it's ridiculous. How bad is it? Cronyism and lobbyism isn't capitalism. Well, that's true too. I agree with that. But yes, it all stems from capitalism. Because of the capitalism, they have learned to game the system. So, this song, there is a good but weird movie. Rules of Attraction. Yep, good one. Yep. Yeah, that was an excellent movie. Excellent movie. All right, let's take these minerals back. Well, no way there are so many dead people that are collecting Social Security. Haven't you heard Trump? Yeah. Mr. Bond, I know it's what it is, but I hate what it's been done to you. It's not right. It's moral. It's not fair. Whatever. I agree. It was wrong, but I'm over it. Yeah. I have no animosity towards the government, towards the IRS, towards the student loan system, any of that. It was honestly, a lot of it was my own fault. I didn't force the issue. When we got done moving to Kansas City, I could have reached out to them and made sure I got a receipt that said, yes, you truly have paid. So I had something. When I paid it the second time, I got a receipt. We framed it. And we have it in one of our documents. It was something I had in a safe deposit box. Because I'm like, yeah. But, because I have that document and because they have it marked that, yeah, he got the receipt, they're not going to ask me to pay again. It was because they knew I didn't have the receipt that they were like, hey, let's see if we can get this guy to pay again, the tax system, like I said, we didn't do our taxes well that year, realized we were getting a huge tax refund and thought, okay, we'll use this to take the kids and visit the grandparents in Pennsylvania because we were living in Virginia, and we'll get that all done. And we had plans for it, and of course, then I get it, and it's not there, and I'm like, but see, that's the problem. Is when it comes to the government, when it comes to corporations, when it comes to the pharmaceutical industry, when it comes to everyone else, you cannot think in good faith. Because good faith will burn you every time. And I'm sad to say that because I am still one of those hopeless romantics that still believes in the good of humanity. But when it comes to money, they say money is the root of all evil, but it's the love of money that's the root of all evil. But in this case, it is. I mean, having gone through a divorce, I mean, you have two people that decided to spend their lives together and it didn't work out. And rather than cut their losses and move on with their lives, it makes them, the worst version of themselves because it's all about how can I squeeze a little bit more out of this. How can I get a couple dollars here or another house there or maybe a car over here? It's crazy. Yeah, you got spoiled brats that does all the evil selfishness. Yeah, and I trusted since they never contacted me in 20 years. I thought, okay, surely, it's obviously paid. They would have contacted me because that was the thing. I thought, okay, I don't have a receipt, but they haven't reached out to me to tell me I got late charges or anything else. I mean, they know where I'm at. All right, I gave them the forwarding address. My address was updated in the system. They claimed they could never reach me. Yeah, all that stuff is ridiculous. But like I said, I was frustrated about it. And one of the things we actually considered was since we were going to move to the Philippines, is that I would take off and screw the student loan people. I'm going to leave the country. Let them try and get it out of me now. Well, turns out that they will take it from your Social Security if they can't get it out of you. And so when one of my parents passed, actually my mom, when my dad passed first, when my mom passed, we weren't expecting an inheritance. We got an inheritance from them, and it was ironically almost to the dollar what I owed for the student loan people. So we used it, we paid them, called it even, and moved on. And like I said, it was my own stupid fault, you know. Same with the taxes. If I'd have made her change her name in the first place, we would have had the records. She could have proved it. Would have never caused us the same problems. Instead, I was trying to be a nice guy. I said, yeah, don't change your name. I mean, who goes by the name anyway, right? Makes me mad that much that day any of my fellow human bros get sis behind a scam shaft. Yeah, government always gets their money. It's like, yeah, it's like the casino. The house always wins. You can't fight the government. You don't have that. Even if you're in the right, okay. They have more lawyers. They have more time. They have more money. They'll just wait you out until you're broke, and then you're gonna have to pay them anyway. So yeah, but yeah. Ironically, in the 13 years I was married to my first wife, she was really never upset about anything. I think I only saw her cry once, and which should have been a sign, right? But that was the one time where she really felt bad. It was because it cost our family a lot of money because of something in her past that had absolutely nothing to do with me. I mean, I probably wasn't making that much money a year, which was funny how I don't even remember how we got such a big refund. I think it had something to do with some other things that were going on with, I think it might have been after my father passed. But yeah, it was ridiculous. Nah, it couldn't have been after my father passed because he's been dead a little over 10 years. And I've been married to Adele since then. So yeah, it may have been another family member, something like maybe we got an inheritance or something, and they took too much. Do being upset is a good thing? No, no. Like I said, she just was not an empathetic person, and so which I'm very empathetic, and so the reason even though I have a pair of clippers, the reason I pay the guy $2 to cut my hair is because I want to bless his family, and you know and he does a better job than what I do with my clippers. So yeah, so there is still that. But yeah, it's one of those where it's kind of amazing because I have reasons to be bitter, but I'm not. Granted, talking about it kind of got me worked up. But yeah, but it's one of those. I don't have a problem. I still think the loan system for kids to go to school is still a good thing. I told my kids when they looked into it that you make sure you got everything documented. Make sure you get a receipt from them for every single penny you send them, and that you save it. You know, the same thing with the government. Like the guy gave me the best advice I ever heard was, if you don't want the government to keep your money, don't let the government hold your money. And like I said, from that day forward, they didn't. And so I feel no one should have to go through being scammed like that. A person feels, and I agree, but it was a learning experience. We all make mistakes. Mine cost me money. Some people's cost them a lot more than that, but I had the money to cover them, so it really worked out. So, but yeah, neither one of my kids went to college. My son went to college and failed out after a year. But my daughter never went, and so yeah, I just told them they had to have a career. They had to learn a trade, have a career. They had to be productive members of society. That was my job, was to make them productive members of society, and I took that job seriously, so they weren't getting away with it. And my daughter has done very well. My daughter, we talked about that before. My daughter got pregnant. She gave birth to my granddaughter the first day of her senior year of high school, and so she's had it rougher than most. But she's done very well. It helped her rise to the challenge, and so even though she's had a harder life raising a kid while she was a kid herself, she's done very well. My son, on the other hand, I love him dearly, and he's a great kid, but he does have a trade, but he does not have a driver's license. He does not know how to take money out of his bank account. Yeah, he's a definite millennial. I built him a computer a couple years ago, and I told him, hey, it's not your birthday, it's not Christmas, so you're going to need to pay for the parts for this computer. So, you're just going to have to cover the parts. I won't charge you any labor. You just have to cover the parts. He's like, okay, well, there's only one problem with that. And I thought, here it comes. He ain't got no money. And he said, no, I don't know how to withdraw money from my bank account. And I said, what? What do you mean you don't know how to withdraw money from your bank account? He's like, yeah, Mom always does that for me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's problem number one. We'll get back to that, okay? But, withdrawing money from your bank account is the easy part. Depositing money to your bank account is usually the problem. People, he says, oh, my paycheck is automatically deposited, so, it's not a problem. But I just don't know how to get money out. I never need money. His mom pays for everything. That was the deal. As long as he lived with her for the rest of her life and never left her, she would pay for everything. And at 18, he took her up on that, and now he's 27, and he still thinks it's a good deal. So, but yeah, school with my baby is never easy. Mine was little when I was in college. Yeah. Make lots of copies of receipts. Yep. Help keep your butt covered. You gotta CYA. That's what it comes down to, CYA. Because you cannot expect anyone else to have the same level of honesty that you have. And it's just going to come down to it. And I'm proof of that, So, but yeah. But it's all a learning experience. I dated a guy who let his mom budget and account for his money. Yeah, see. Well, and where I got upset is I guess the ex-wife needed a roof on her house. And so she took the money from my son's account because he had more money in his account than she did. And she's like, well, he lives here and I don't charge him rent. And I said, well, then charge him rent and take that amount for however months he's been there. I said, don't Don't just pay for your roof out of his account. That's not the way this works. Sorry, wife is texting me. But yeah. But yeah, it's like, but yeah, he didn't know how to take money out. You know, he would come over. I would get him every other weekend when we were separated and going through the divorce. I'd get him every other weekend, and I mean, he was probably 13, 12 or 13, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, I need your help tying my shoes." And I'm like, "What?" "Hey, Dad, I need your help brushing my teeth." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, Mom always she puts the toothpaste on the toothbrush for me." Does she push it back and forth too? I mean, come on, surely. And I said, "I showed you how to tie your shoes." "Yeah, but Mom does it for me all the time, so I never have to remember. So I'm gonna need you to do it." I said, "You don't see your mom around here, do you? Because I'm going out of my way to make sure she's not within a couple miles." And I taught him how to tie his shoes again. Every time he came to my house, I'm like, "No, you're tying your shoes. Your mom ain't around." But I'm like, but he just thought that was natural. Have Mom do everything for me. Right, 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 right. And he still does. Now we're talking, he's 27 now, 27, 26, 27. And he still thinks that, which is where I'm a little frustrated because I'm like, come on. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Yeah, we went right before we left for the Philippines. We took I take my kids out to dinner and that kind of stuff for their birthdays, for Christmas, those kind of things. And so since we were leaving, I took them out to dinner, and my wife, my current wife, always says to invite my ex-wife, which is like the last thing I want to do. Okay, I don't want to share a meal with this woman. Okay, I shared 13 years with her. I'm done. Okay, but I happy wife, happy life. I got to keep her happy. So forgive and forget, right? And I'm getting flack for asking if mine or ate breakfast at 17. Yeah, 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 exactly. But yeah, so anyway, we go out to dinner, and my daughter lives in another state, so it was just my son, my wife, my ex-wife, and I. Okay, and my son and my ex-wife are sitting next to each other, and they're like talking like a married couple. Okay, it's like finishing each other's sentences, and little jokes between them, and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I mean, it really rubbed me the wrong way. So, not trying to be mean to you, Mr. Wrong, but how is your son going to take care of himself when you and your former wife pass? Yeah, exactly. Well, luckily, my ex-wife is 8 years older than me. So, she's definitely going to pass first. Yeah, she's definitely going to pass first. In fact, she was smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, so I was pretty sure she would have passed by now. So I didn't think at the time that it happened that it was going to be a big problem, because I thought it'll be a couple years and I'll get him straightened out. But then she quit smoking, so now, her life expectancy's gone up for another couple years. But yeah, so she's already 65, 65, 65. Yeah, 65, 65. So yeah, so from that perspective, my theory was that when she passes, yeah, that used to be, like I said, she quit now, which, unfortunately, I was kind of rooting for the cigarettes. I don't think anybody should smoke, but in her case, I was like, yeah, let's get it over with quicker. Okay, I hate to say that, but she's ruining my son's life, and I really, and I told her that. I said, look, you're not doing him any favors. You're ruining his life. What's he going to do when you're gone? And she said to me without missing a beat, she said, "What do I care? I'm gone." I said, "He's your son." And so after the meal we were talking about, after the meal where they kind of acted like a married couple, I called her and I said, "Look, this has got to stop." I said, "Because this is sick." And she's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And I'm like, "You know exactly what I'm talking about." I said, this is crazy. So, but anyway, my theory had always been that once she was gone, he would reach out to me because he had no other options, and I would send him an airline ticket and fly him out to the Philippines and marry him off to a Filipina girl and have him straightened out just like that. So, unfortunately, the longer it goes on, the more it's going to have to be straightened out. So, but yeah, I was so frustrated with her because I'm like, this is your son. And she's like, what do I care? I won't be around. As long as he doesn't leave me before I die, I don't care. And I'm like, wow. And that's why I said to her, I said, I can't believe we were married for 13 years. I really can't. I said, because the fact that you would say something like that about our child, I'm just, I'm dumbfounded. But yeah, like I said, there are unfortunately, younger women here in the Philippines are not as good as my wife. My wife's older than me. And so, but yeah, well, I don't think so, because the Filipinos, they don't do that. Yeah. And so that's the other reason I wanted to be a Filipino one, is because, yeah, she won't put up with that crap. And so yeah, so that's where I'm there. Plus, like I said, I told her, I said, he's going to have no skills. He's going to have no ability to fend for himself. I said, he's going to have to come and pick coconuts for me because that's the only thing he can do. And so, sounds a bit lazy, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to talk to him multiple times, and he is completely delusional when I can't say anything bad about his mom. And so, but yeah, on her part, yes. Well, on her part, like I said, it's more selfish than lazy. She's just worried about growing old all by herself. I was her second husband, and she had another guy after me that she thought was going to take care of her, and it turns out she was taking care of him. And so she pretty much gave up on men after him, and she's just like, well, I'm gonna put all my eggs in my son's basket, and and hope that this goes this way. But I'm like I said, when I saw them at the restaurant acting like a married couple, I was just like, yeah, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. I talked to both of them after that, and of course my son, he just shuts me down. He's like, you don't understand. Mom needs me. First of all, son, I don't think you understand. Your mom doesn't need you. You're the one without a driver's license. You're the one that can't tie your shoes. You're the one that can't brush your teeth. It's not your mom needs you. Your mom needs your money is what she needs. And she's getting it because you can't even withdraw money from your account. That's why I asked him. I said, how much money's in your bank account? I don't know. I'll ask mom. I said, first of all, your mom should not know what's in your bank account. That's wrong on so many levels. I said, if you want to give your mom money for rent or to help out with the roof or things of that nature, that is your prerogative, and you will never get an argument from me. I said, but it's you giving it to her, not her taking it from your account. He's like, well, she just takes care of everything, so it's just easier for her to do it. And I said, what are you going to do when she's gone? Oh, she's going to live forever. She's going to live forever. Yeah. I said, yeah, that's not true, Patrick, and you know it. And when she's gone, what are you going to do? You can't even get to work. I said, even if you did call an Uber, you don't know how to pay the Uber. So, And he's like, it's all right. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. My son, he's very emotional. So when I start messing with his fundamental framework, he gets very emotional, and I don't like pushing him to that. But that's why I've tried to appeal to her good sense. But I don't think she has any good sense, to be perfectly honest. I mean, but yeah, she's disgusted my daughter because of the same thing. She's like, yeah, she's ruining Patrick's life. And I'm like, yeah. But unfortunately, there's not a damn thing I can do about it. No matter how hard I try. I just have to have a plan to fix it when it's over. You're trying to teach him stuff. Yeah, I do. I do. I've been trying to push him to come out and visit us. You know, he never takes vacation from his work. He works the same place his mom works. And so, so she can drive him to work. Yeah. Just to give you an example. Yeah. I'm really curious. I thought at one time about going by there to see what the people that they work with think about this situation. But you would not be doing your dad thing if it was not trying to. No, I do, but it's one of those I just don't always feel like it's enough. And so, like I said, I told him, I said, you have an escape plan. If and when something happens to your mother, I said, call me. I said, you got my number, you got my email, you have multiple ways to get a hold of me. I said, I will always be here for you, and you're only a long flight away. It's not a problem. I can have you on the next plane. I said, but yeah, from that perspective, I said, you really need to think this stuff through, because this is not a good situation for you. He's like, oh, no, it's a fantastic situation. I was thinking after 10 years that surely he would have come to his senses by now and thought, man, this woman's really holding me back. And he's the exact opposite. He's like, no, she's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I'm like, no, she's not. So, Mr. Bond, I bow before your dadhood and try not to give it up yet. Yeah, I'll never give up on him. But there, you did bring up a good point, is what happens if I go first. Now, like I said, she's 8 years older than me. She smoked for the majority of her life. So I think it's a pretty good bet that I won't go before her. But no guarantee. So, but plus I'm living here in the Philippines where I feel better than I have ever felt in my entire life. I mean, fresh vegetables, fresh meat, fresh food, no preservatives, no red dye number 29. It's fantastic. So, a little uncomfortable is the first indication you need to grow emotionally. Yeah. Anytime I try to have a conversation with him, it's always... So I usually try to avoid the mom stuff. I try to talk to her so that I appeal to her, hey, this is my child. I really should want the best for him. And unfortunately, that hasn't worked. And then my current wife, God bless her, she is just such a pure heart that she's always like, I don't even want to invite her to dinner. I don't want to even talk to her. I want to keep her always, my ex-wife, at arm's length. And she's always like, oh, come on, invite her to dinner, invite her to the Christmas party, invite her to this, invite her. And I'm like, because every time I see her and I see what she's doing to him, I'm kind of like, I just can't wrap my head around it. Because I'm kind of like, how could you do that to your child? And my daughter gets very upset from a different perspective. Because she's like, she's giving him all this stuff. She never gave me anything. And I'm like, that's not the way to look at it. I said, technically, I never gave you anything either. And she's like, that's not true. Anytime I have a problem, you're helping me out, this, that, and the other. I said, anytime Patrick has a problem, I'm helping him out. Patrick just doesn't have problems because Patrick is clueless. So he'll get it whenever he has kids. Doubt he is a key to date effectively. No, he's never dated. No one lives up to, and I don't think she would allow it, but no one would live up to mom's standard. And so yeah, that's where I gotta, once I hate to say it, but I think the only way that's ever going to get fixed is for her to be out of the picture. And as I said, I've referred to her as Satan, so she may never die, you know? Well, and you're not wrong. Any reasonable mom and dad would want the best for their children. That's what yeah. And that's what when I appealed to her, yeah, the Bond name is going to die with me. I have cousins. So my dad had a brother that was 16 years older than him. And so that was one of the reasons he enlisted in Vietnam, was because his brother was 16 years older, already had kids, and so he was definitely gonna get drafted for Vietnam, so he enlisted. So you're just hauling and bitching about life. No, not bitching about life. Just telling some of the more colorful parts of my life. So, well, you're welcome to go. If you'd like, I can make it permanent so you don't have to worry about coming back. At least you have grandkids with your daughter. Yep. But yeah, the Bond name will continue from my uncle's side. So, no, Auntie, he's talking about what happened in his life. Yeah, that's all right.
Warp drive active.
I dated someone with a mom who was an addict and a drunk. It's like that with them. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's a problem that I hope it's not something I have to deal with too soon, but don't let the door hit you on the way out. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Thanks, Lego. But yeah, don't let someone like that get you down. It's all good. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I've had a colorful life. And, my wife, she always asks me if I have any regrets. And I have zero regrets.
Warp drive active.
Zero regrets. Because every decision I made led me to where I am right now. And I am very satisfied with where I am right now. And so from that perspective, if I change any one of those aspects, when you watch all those time travel movies and TV shows, that's the one thing it teaches you, is if you go back and change something, it changes whatever you're doing. And so changes where you end up. And I'm very happy with where I've ended up. It was a long road. It was a rough road at times, but it was all worth it. Every single decision, every single hardship is a lesson worth learning. And so sometimes they're the only ones you learn. As I told my kids, some of the best lessons are the ones you have to learn the hard way. So I like what I'm hearing. I appreciate it. Yeah, unfortunately, we always get a couple. I'm beginning to feel that way too. Yep, I have zero regrets. There is nothing I would change. Even, like I said, my divorce was the epic bottom rung of my life. I mean, I was rock bottom when I went through my divorce. I've never felt like a bigger failure as a human, as a man, as a father, as a husband than I did during my divorce. And that's even with that, I still wouldn't change that, because like I said, it made me appreciate more what I have now. So I just wish you did not have to go through that much pain. Oh, it's all good. Pain makes you stronger, right? Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, but I appreciate it. One character done with set up 5 planets, 3 more characters to go. If you train up one of your skills, you can actually get 6 planets, Lego. I think I have 6.
Docking permission requested.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I have 6. So one of your skills will give you 6. I think you get 1 by default before you train the skill, and then if you train the other skills, that get you. That's too much time. No worries. I always need 6 for all all the paraphernalia. So, all right, I'm going to run this epithal back now. And we're going to take this PI back. But yeah, it's a shame men and women have to ever feel that way. I agree. My main has 6, alts have 5. There you go. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of it comes down to how you deal with it. Because I think every lesson's worth learning. But, I'm saying that from later in life. If I probably wouldn't feel that way if I was 20 again, So, oh man, that's not even worth the trip. Let's see, maybe I can carry my shuttle back. No, I still got to fly back anyway. Oh, I think it's very super important to unlock 6 with world availability. Yep. Got to drop out to rest. No worries, Blue Gray. Appreciate you being here. I agree. 4099. Truly, words have never been spoken. That's it. It should just be a learning experience when you don't succeed. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I told my kids, I think some of the best lessons are the ones that are painful to learn. And so, my daughter especially, my granddaughter. So, yeah, my granddaughter turned 14 this year. So, yeah, I think it's 14. It's either 13 or 14. But yeah, so it's hard to believe it's been 14 years. But that was one of the boxes we had on our checklist before we could move to the Philippines. Children have to be productive members of society. Have to have a grandchild. In my case, parents need to be gone because I didn't want to have to go back for my parents' funerals. And so, in my case, my parents died fairly early, so that worked out. Not for them, but for me. So when you felt like that, what made you want to try again with another woman? It took a while. It really took a while. And the main reason that I went with a Filipina was because of some of my other American friends. I have several coworkers that are married to Filipina. I had a good friend that I played Eve with. That's how I got started with Eve. Was one of my good friends. He doesn't play Eve anymore, but he was married to a Filipina, and that was one of the reasons I went with a Filipina. I dated probably half a dozen American women after my first wife, and every one of them reminded me of my first wife. It was and like you said, not all women are the same, but each of them was all about what can I get out of this relationship? What can I get out of him? What can I accomplish from him? I mean, I mentioned it several times. I thought that mostly I was just paying for free meals. They were getting free meals out of me because most of them never had any intention of doing anything serious. I had always wanted to be married. And so that was always my long-term goal. Several of them were not looking to get married. They were just looking to date around and, like I said, get free meals. And so, which I was okay to provide, 50 years of programming, yep. But yeah, and so from that perspective, the coworkers, the friends that I had that were married to Filipina had said that they were more, I don't want to say June Cleaver types, but yeah, that's what it comes to. The Philippines is about 50 years behind America in a lot of things. Now, I didn't want a woman I could exploit, but so we've talked about this before, and I apologize because this one's pretty difficult, but when my first wife asked me for the divorce, she didn't technically ask me for the divorce. She said that the way she worded it, I saw her and she looked kind of depressed. And I said to her, I said, "What's wrong?" And she says, well, I don't think I want to be married anymore. And, I'm a comedian. So I said, to me or just in general, just making a joke about it because I thought she was being funny. And she said, well, both. She said, I'm pretty sure you're at the top of your salary chain. So I think it's time for me to cash out of this money train. So I need to know how much is in your 401k because I'm entitled to half of it. And when I realized she was being serious, my blood pressure went through the roof. And I told her, I said, you need to get away from me right frickin' now. I said, because I will not be held accountable for what happens next if you are within arm's reach. And she's like, this is something we need to discuss. And I said, not at this moment, we don't. Not until I calm the hell down. And ironically, looking back at it, I think, she was not a stupid woman. She knew I was against divorce. My parents got divorced when I was a kid, and they used us as tools against each other. And it was very difficult as a kid. It was very difficult. And I didn't want my kids to go through anything like that. I would never put my kids through something like that. And so I was against divorce. I knew right after, so we got married because she was pregnant with my daughter. And she, yeah, it's something our lawyers need to decide. Yeah, she didn't even have a lawyer. Yeah, I was the only one who had a lawyer for the divorce. I handled everything. And so, but yeah, so it was one of those. I went through a divorce as a kid, so I was against divorce. And so I knew right after my daughter was born, 4 months after we got married, that this was a mistake, that she was not the woman I should be married to. But I was like, you know what? It's not the kid's fault. Yeah, I made the mistake. I'll deal with it, at least until they graduate college, and then we'll figure out what to do, And so from that perspective, it was like, no big deal. It's just, it wasn't perfect, but it was okay, And so, when she said that, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Now, ironically, we look back, okay? No, she was not. No, she was not. Yeah, she was not. My wife now is much, much, much more attractive than my first wife. Yeah, my first wife, I was inexperienced, and she got pregnant, and I married her. And so, yeah, it wouldn't, definitely, I'm a pretty superficial guy. And she would not have probably been someone I would have chosen to marry if we hadn't screwed up and got pregnant. So, but yeah, she said, yeah. And ironically, she was horribly wrong on all counts, okay? After her, with my wife, I got major promotions and increased my salary. I more than doubled my salary after her. Out of my 401k, I think I had 50k in my 401k when we got divorced. She got 25, which she pissed away. She didn't even reinvest it. And I took the other 25 and I made it into a 401k that I was able to retire with at 57 years old. Granted, in a foreign country, but substantially more. So yeah, if she had, and honestly, that's kind of where it was, is I think she was of the opinion that, she knew I was against divorce. And so she had to make me angry enough to give her a divorce, but not angry enough to kill her. And she gambled. Because at that moment, I was definitely angry enough to kill her. I mean, but like Lego said, if she hadn't cashed out, I'd still be married to her probably to this day. And that would not have been a good life for me, She did me a favor, which is why I paid for the lawyer. She couldn't afford a lawyer. I mean, the divorce, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, the divorce, my lawyer complained constantly about everything I was giving her because he says, you don't need to give her this. You don't need to do this. I said, regardless of whether I need to or not, she's the mother of my children. She's going to be raising my children. I get to see them every other weekend. But I said, she's the one that they're going to be primarily living with. So, I need to make sure she's taken care of. Now, I would not give her alimony, which was one thing she tried to squeeze out of me and she never got. But she did get the top dollar of child support. That was one thing they came through. They're like, hey, this child support calculation, here's what it costs to raise a child in Missouri. And I said, okay. And I said, I have 2 kids, so I'm going to pay twice that. He's like, no, 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 no. That's where the negotiation starts. I'm like, what negotiation? If that's what it costs to raise a child in Missouri, that's what I need to pay. Because the child is being raised in Missouri. He's like, no, no, that's just where we start. We negotiate it down. She's got to pay something. And I'm like, she can't pay anything. She gave up her career to be a stay-at-home mom, and she's going to have trouble getting back into that, and blah, 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 and make it a point to thank her for the divorce every time I see her. Yeah, I kind of did a little bit different. So a couple years after we were divorced, I gave her a Christmas card, and I told her that she should hug those kids and thank them because they're the only reason she's still breathing air with the rest of us. Of course, I didn't sign it, but I do realize she gambled because she wanted the divorce, and but she gambled. Yeah, she was playing with fire. I have quite a temper, and back then it was a lot worse. It's mellowed some in my old age, but yeah, it's that's probably the only thing to come out of it that I'm proud of is that I didn't kill her. Because that was the first thing that went through my head when she said that was, woman, they are not going to find your body. The worst part though too is I told you I rode the bus to work. I talked about this on the bus to my bus mates. When I told them, I said, I never had any intentions of getting away with it. If I killed her, I was going to take credit for it because, I don't care what prison they send me to, what these guys have done, mass murderers, whatever. None of them has killed Satan. And if I had pulled it off and killed Satan, I'd have been running that place inside of a year, But yeah, she was a work of art. But like I said, years later, I could see the logic in it, is that she wanted a divorce. She knew I was against divorce. I had suggested earlier in our marriage getting counseling, which I can't stand counselors, but I had suggested getting counseling to try and work out some of our issues. And she was always against it and didn't want to talk to a therapist, mostly because she was wrong. And so figured a therapist probably wouldn't agree with her. But yeah, so she gambled, and in her case, it paid off, I guess. But it gets better. It gets better. So fast forward, I think 3 years later, because it took us over 2 years to get divorced. And we were separated for the better part of 2 years before the divorce was final. Divorce was final on my birthday. My birthday's in January. So I joked that was the only thing she had ever given me for my birthday and all the years we were together. And so, yeah, so technically we were together 11 years and a couple months. But while we were separated, I was talking to other women, I was dating, I was doing some other things, and I had solidified that I was going to marry a Filipina. And I had been talking to my wife. Her and I talked for a year and a half before I finally came to the Philippines to meet her. And so I had just gotten her back to America. So I came here, met her in the Philippines. We got engaged. I filed the paperwork as a fiance visa, brought her into America as a fiance visa 6 months later. She was in America. Like 3 weeks after she arrived in America, my ex wife dropped the kids off for my weekend at our apartment. And she dropped them off and said, okay, I said, okay, I'll bring them back on Sunday, no problem. I said, I think we ordered pizza. My kids always wanted pizza. I can't stand pizza, but they always wanted pizza. So we ordered pizza. And so we ordered pizza. And about a half hour later, there was a knock at the door. And I assumed it was a pizza guy. So I went to pick up the pizza or pay for the pizza. And it was my ex-wife. And I said to her, always a comedian. I said, maybe there was a miscommunication, but I'll bring him back on Sunday. You're way early to pick him up. Because she had just dropped him off a half hour earlier. And she said, no, I wanted to talk to you. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake. And it took it a minute for it to register. Because I was like, what the hell is she talking about? And then it realized what she meant. And I was like, oh, damn straight you made a mistake. You made a big mistake. And I've moved on with my life. I wish you the best. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. And I shut the door in her face. Because I'm like, I just brought this woman into America as my fiance, and you're going to come and knock on my door and say, hey, I think I made a mistake. I'm like, are you out of your damn mind? Like I said, my current wife, she didn't know that story for a long time because I didn't want her to. I didn't want her to be angry with my ex-wife, but I didn't want her to like my ex-wife. She turns out she likes my ex-wife, which is crossing all kinds of bridges. But yeah, from that perspective, I was like, I finally told her just a couple years ago about that story. I'm like, you think she's such a great person. Here's what she told me 3 weeks after you arrived here. She's like, oh, she just realized she made a mistake. That's not a big problem. And I'm like, and you'd have been okay with me telling her, okay, I'll send Adele back and we'll get back together. I'm not seeing any mistake. Yeah, exactly. I said, oh, yeah. When it finally dawned on me what she was talking about, I'm like, oh hell yeah, you made a mistake, and I've moved on with my life, and I wish you the best, but get the hell out of Dodge. Like that is common U.S. female mistake. They think all the time they feel they're the only duck in the pond. Yep. Yeah, Suck was right. Exactly. Yeah, I've been there too. But I couldn't believe the audacity. I'm like, and I actually, when she came and dropped the kids off, I introduced her to Adele. I wanted, this woman's going to be around her kids. I wanted her to meet her. I wanted her to, to understand. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? You think that's okay to say that to me after I just brought this woman in? I spent probably $2,000 to the government to get to do all the paperwork to get her into the country, and you're like, oh yeah, maybe he'll throw her back and we'll give it another try. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, and like I said, it was ironic how wrong she was because I got a lot more than 25K of my 401k now. We're living off my 401k until the Social Security kicks in another 5 years. So, yeah. Now, we're living pretty low on the hog, but we got way more than we need to live for probably 15, 20 years. And so, yeah, but yeah, it was one of those. It was like, and I definitely wasn't at the top of my salary chain. I think part of it, was that she was holding me back. I didn't have someone that actually valued me as a breadwinner. So when my current wife came into the country and started really supporting me and being supportive of the things I was doing for the family and that kind of stuff, made a huge difference. Actually made me start enjoying, you know, contributing and wanting to contribute and wanting to give her better things and that kind of stuff. I had a guy tell me he wasn't attracted to me 20 years ago. To turn around and say he wanted more than friendship, just can't change that, what happened prior. Yeah, it's, I don't get it. Too much time in between. Exactly. Yeah, it's, like I said, I couldn't believe the audacity. I'm just like, you know, but that's the thing. She never considered anyone else. She's very selfish, very selfish. And like I said, to this day, she's worried about growing old by herself, which is why she's causing so much problem for my son. As much as it pains me to say this about my fellow U.S. sisters, not all, but it feels like most of the females been programmed being told, yep, their arrogance is right. Yep, I agree. I think a lot of them, I do think that's some of it. And it's part of the whole culture. And so, which is why I think getting a woman from a different culture was so refreshing, you know. I mean, my wife is so innocent. I mean, God bless her, okay? She was working, so when she came to America, she got a job. She wanted to work, so she wanted to send money home to her family, and she didn't want me to have to do that, so she wanted to contribute, which, like I said, my ex-wife, she wanted to sit home and take care of the kids. That was her job, you know, so to speak. She was a stay-at-home mom. She never wanted to work. And so this woman, I just brought her in, and she's like, when can I get a job? And I'm like, okay, well, we got to get your status changed, and we got to get your social security card changed so it says you can work, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And once that's done, then you can work. So she starts working, and she's working with all these old white women. Okay, nothing against white women or black women. They were just white women. She worked in the electronic field, and so she soldered chips on boards, which is what she did here in America, or here in the Philippines. She went to America, and she made more per hour in America than she made in a whole month in the Philippines. And so, but one of these old white women said to her one day, you know, you're just a mail order bride. And my wife, without missing a beat, said, thank you. And she said the woman got so mad. And she said, I don't know why she's mad. And I said, well, sweetheart, that's not a compliment. Okay? The fact that you thanked her for insulting her, it made her feel like you were being sarcastic. My wife doesn't have a sarcastic bone in her body. But it made her feel like you were being sarcastic and you were minimizing her insult, which is what you should have done. But you didn't do it on purpose. Because she was all upset that she made this woman upset. And I'm like, well, you shouldn't be upset. This woman was trying to be mean to you, and you put her in her place. She's probably not going to say that to you again. Not for the right reason, but either way, it worked. And so she was like, oh, I didn't know that was a bad thing. And I'm like, yeah, mail order bride is not really considered a good thing. I said, technically, you are. I said, you know, I didn't go through a mail order catalog. I actually flew there and, you know, talked to you and met you, which is requirements of the U.S. government. We have to meet. We have to show we have a relationship. We have to go through interview. But yeah, I said, this woman was trying to insult you, and you're upset that your response upset her. I mean, she's that empathetic. And that has been such a godsend. Because my first wife, as you can see with my son, she doesn't care about anybody, even her own flesh and blood. And I was just like, that's ridiculous. And so, but yeah, that was just one example of all the times they tried to insult her and she didn't know that they were insulting her. So she responded, thank you, or in that case it was thank you. She told her boss once, this one cracks me up every time. She, in their business, they label things as hot, you know, super hot, smoking hot, you know, semi-hot, to show whether it's a critical job that they need to get done and get shipped quickly. So they had an item called smoking hot that they said, hey, this one's smoking hot. We need to get this one done right now. And my wife, without missing a beat, she says, that's what my husband says I am. And she said, I don't understand, but everybody in the office would not stop laughing. They just laughed and laughed for hours. I don't understand. And I'm like, I said, sweetheart, people usually don't tell their coworkers, what their husband's pet name is for them. I mean, that's just not something we do. It's like, and she's like, well, but you do call me smoking hot. And I'm like, I do call you. You are smoking hot. You're still smoking hot to this day, 20 years later. I said, I don't tell my coworkers that you say I'm whatever, I would never tell my coworkers that. That's private, And she's like, oh, I didn't think anything of it. I was kind of proud. My husband says I'm smoking hot. And I'm like, and she said to this day, she said her boss, so the company that she retired from, it was that boss. And she said to the day, he said, you know what? He said, every day with you was a blessing. He said, because you were such a refreshing breath of fresh air. Because you didn't get upset about stuff. You didn't get, you were just so great to be around. And just so pure and simple and, what do we call it? Unbiased. That I said it was just it was so relaxing to work with you every single day. And so yeah, they had a big party for her when she retired, and she was bawling. And so, but yeah, it's pretty funny because yeah, smoking hot. That's what my husband says I am. I was like, yeah, I'm not. I don't tell my coworkers that I call you smoking hot. That's not appropriate. She's like, but you do. You call me smoking hot. Unjaded. That's the one, DLH. Unjaded. Yes, because I think as Americans, we become jaded by our society. So many things happen that we become numb to it. We become jaded. And I am jaded. I avoid certain topics because it's just, that no good's gonna come out of that, and this, that, and the other, and she's just so innocent, so pure, that it's pretty good. Hold on, I think I got a delivery. Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm coming right down. All right, thank you. Okay, Abigail, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, it's just the delivery man. Yes, it's just the delivery man. It's okay. Sit. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. But yeah, smoking hot. Smoking hot. And that's what I tell her. She's still smoking hot. She's still smoking hot. I was not expecting that. I will confess my ribs are hurting now. Well, that's a good hurt on the ribs. I grew up in an urban area in Oklahoma, and I've lived in rural areas. The cultures are entirely different. That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Abigail's upset. Anytime I go to meet the delivery guy, she's like, hey, women are different. Date the rural ones. I agree. And I lived in Kansas City, so I was in a city. So yes, that was probably part of it. But yeah. Smoking hot delivery service. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's what she said. Every time her boss saw her, he's like laughing. He said because he just couldn't get over that she would say that. And that's what I told her. I said I'm kind of embarrassed. I don't think I want to meet your boss because he thinks I'm a sap because I say you're smoking hot, and she is smoking hot. But yeah, it's funny. So my order from Lazada finally arrived 2 days late. So yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with Shopee, but we'll see. I didn't open it yet. I'll open it after the stream. But yeah, she's just been like I said. I've said it multiple times on the stream. I tell her all the time. She literally saved my life because I was at rock bottom when I got divorced. You think about. We talked about several things today. So my wife telling me that. Going through the divorce, feeling like a failure as a husband, as a father, as a man, and then having my credit ruined. It's like so even the credit system was telling me I was a failure. I never missed a payment a day in my life, but they're telling me that. So, I ordered some stuff from S&R. So S&R is kind of our Costco here. So I think I got Smucker's chocolate syrup and Smucker's caramel syrup and some 7-Up and some salsa, some Tostitos salsa, and I think some popcorn. I just was giving it a try to see. It's the first order I've done from Lazada. Everybody says Lazada is the better one here, and I've been doing Shopee, and I don't agree, but yeah. But I have ice cream here, and so I was thinking, chocolate and caramel syrup, that would be perfect. Let me get some of that. But it was mostly just to test and see. And like I said, it actually took 2 days longer than it was supposed to. So, but yeah, she was definitely. I mean, she saved my life. Now, now you're hungry. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's lunchtime for me. So yeah. But yeah, she saved my life. I mean, because I was at rock bottom and feeling like such a failure, just worthless human being, and she really turned it around. Really turned it around. And like I said, I can't praise that enough. When you find the right mate, it makes all the difference. Makes all the difference. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not all roses and buttercups. Okay, we fight like cats and dogs sometimes, but letting a supportive, loving, and wholesome woman in your life lifted you up and helped you succeed, that is inspiring. Yep, and that's what I said. If it can happen with me, it can happen with anyone. I had several people at my work that came to me and said, "Hey, we know you went through a divorce and it's not working out with my wife. What do I do? What can you do to help me? What is your suggestion?" And I told every one of them, work it out. I said, because once you start down that divorce road, there's no going back. That woman that you vowed to stay the rest of your life with, that you love more than anything, is going to become your most hated enemy. And if you can avoid that, avoid it. And if that's not possible, I said, then I'll give you the name of a good lawyer that I used, and we'll get this, I'll get you on the right path. I said, but I don't want you going down that point until you have tried everything else. Because I said, it is going to make you feel like the biggest failure ever. I said, I don't care whether it's your fault. I don't care, whether you want it. I don't care, no matter what. It is going to leave you hollowed out, and it's going to really kill you. So, and yeah, she met her because of Eve. No, I didn't meet. I guess technically I did meet her because of Eve. I guess, and I probably need to tell her that so she'll quit complaining about my game playing. But yeah, I wish there was more females with that mindset, sadly, but the program is much. Yep. Yeah, and I think DLH has covered some of it. I think you just need to get out of the city and probably go to the more rural areas, because it's actually happening here in the Philippines too. So they're saying if you get someone from Manila, you're more likely to get a scammer that's just scamming you for money, because they realize now they can make money off of Americans by talking to them. They count it as a job. They talk to them, they convince them to send them money and never have any intention of meeting them. They just using them as a paycheck. But if you actually talk to someone in the rural area, in the province, they're more wholesome, more, more naive, more, not worldly, to the point where they realize they can make a buck off of you. So, hamster, we aren't a monolith and aren't all the same. And that's true. That's true. I'm American and I don't think like that selfish one. Yep. Well, when you go through 14 lovers and then you have my ear, better be burned than 14 female to high school. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I did date several American women. They were all from Kansas City, because that's where I was. So they were city girls, and most every one of them had been divorced before, because I had been divorced. I didn't think it was, I wasn't really looking for someone who was not divorced. I wasn't looking for anyone younger. So that's the other problem here, is that you can actually come to the Philippines and you can get a much, much, much younger wife. There's a lot of 60-year-old guys coming here and getting 18-year-old girls. I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that at all. I think that's wrong. I can't imagine dating anyone as young as my daughter, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, from that perspective, my wife is 2 years older than me, and it caused problems on her immigration paperwork, because she was older than me. Because 20 years ago, that was unheard of. Everybody was at least 20 years, all the girls were at least 20 years younger, which I just didn't want. I want someone to grow old with. So, I'm 48. You're still young. I've had 5 if you want the body count. And I was programmed when growing up to be a provider, and I was dumb to the subject. Yeah. And that's where I think we all are. As men, we're provided, we're supposed to provide, we're supposed to take care of our families. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's the way it's supposed to be. But yeah, you just got to find the right one. And I'm proof that it's possible. So, yeah. I am proof that it's possible. So, but yes, I do not agree with the really, really young ones. To each his own. If that's what you want and you want to come here and get an 18-year-old, by all means. But I could not imagine trying to make a life with an 18-year-old. We had friends that were over 30 years between them. And he passed away. He was old. She had to be his nurse, take care of him. She resented him for that, to the point where she wouldn't come home from work, even though he was sick. And then he passed away, and then she went through this whole thing of, oh, I miss him so much. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying that, because you never came home to even spend time with him. And yeah, it's just, like I said, when my wife and I, we're both very stubborn. And it's, so it's not all roses and dandelions, but she is definitely the best thing that ever happened to me. And I tell her that every day. And so, if it was not for fellow high school friends at the time, I would have not been educated to understand what was up or down for real. Yep. I'm not looking for anyone. Stopped that years ago. Yep. And I think that's also a key. Is don't be so needy that you need someone. Because if you're that needy that you need someone, you're not going to find the right person. You're looking for the wrong reasons. And so, I think we all crave, as human beings, we crave togetherness. We crave someone to spend our lives with. But yeah, you gotta really love yourself before you can love anyone else. And so there's a lot to be said for that. But sorry, I didn't mean to get all philosophical on you guys. Anti-Charlotte was kind of on the right path there. That that stream took a turn I wasn't expecting. So yeah, see, I did, and that's one thing I've been very proud of with my daughter is I am a needy person. I didn't I needed to be with someone in order to feel worth something, you know, and that was wrong. That was very wrong. And luckily, that was one thing the divorce did break break me up, is because after getting divorced and feeling like a failure and then dating several people that just it was obvious weren't going to work out, I didn't want to get myself in the same situation. It was like, okay, well, I need to reevaluate my goals in life here, and literally just talking online through chat to a woman for a year and a half will force you to kind of reevaluate a lot of your goals. So, but yeah, I was on the road of very dark despair once. I had a chance to slow down and reflect. I went on that road that is not fun road to walk down, but this road you don't want your worst enemy on. Yep, I agree. I agree. Like I said, I was there too. So, but it takes you for a loop when you feel the need to be vulnerable with someone. Yep, yep. And I think we all want that. I think we all want someone that we can trust, someone that we can have. You know, in my case, you know, I trusted the wrong person. She wasn't trustworthy. You know, she had no loyalty. It was funny when she started dating, my ex-wife, when she started dating, she dated a guy and supposedly he was rich. And so she reached out to me and she says, "Hey, I met somebody and he's rich." And I said, "Okay." I said, I'm happy for you. I said, "It seems like we both got what we wanted. I got a loyal woman who's not going to stab me in the back, and you got a sugar daddy, and we should both be good." And she got very upset with me for that comment, but I was like, well, I think that kind of hits the nail right on the head. But it takes you for your loop when you feel need vulnerable. It took me a year to come out of my shell before I was willing to put up with nonsense again. Yep. While I was on the road, I didn't want to deal with anyone or anything. I did not even eat right. Yep. Yep. Yeah, like I said, when I reached rock bottom, I mean, it's a wonder that I survived. It really is a wonder. So, yeah, it might have been. But yeah, I think she was trying to goad me like, hey, I did trade up. I got a rich guy. Turns out, you know, fast forward a year later, he wasn't rich. He had lied to her. And he didn't have the things he said he had, and she had to actually file a court case to get him out of her house. And so, yeah, and it was like, so I was like, and I never, you know, I never did an "I told you so" or any of that kind of stuff. That wasn't my way. I was just like, you know, hey, we all make mistakes, but yeah, she was very manipulative. Sounds more like a gold digger. Yeah, that's what I said. Well, I'm glad you got what you wanted, a sugar daddy, and I got what I wanted, some loyal woman who's not going to stab me in the back the first chance she gets. So, yeah. And my wife, you know, it's funny, because after my first wife, you would think I would have trust issues, really. But my wife, I could not trust her more. My current wife. She always says, oh, you know, she's worried now because she's staying overnight in Manila. And she's worried, you know, that I'm going to find someone else. And I'm like, okay, first of all, you know, I'm not the attractive one in this relationship. You are, okay? I said, but that's one of those things that I've never worried about, because I have never worried about her cheating on me. Not once. And it's just, and I honestly, I don't know why. I think it's just her nature. It's not something I could see her doing. In fact, if someone came to me and said, hey, and we saw your wife at this coffee shop with some other guy, I would have been like, okay, it must have been the engineer, or it must have been, you know, somebody she was just meeting with. I would never even assume, you know, it's just, I just don't think that way about her. It's just not something I think she's capable of. Like, she's very, very worried about cheating on my part. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. I know what I have. I know what I came from. I said, you know, I'd have to be the biggest idiot on the planet. Now, I'm a guy, so that kind of does say I'm at least a partial idiot, but maybe not the biggest. But yeah, it goes a long way. It goes a long way. So, but yeah, because she isn't the one with guile. Yeah, 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 yeah. But yeah, it's funny because that's what people always say. Even when, so I sent her when she got her visa, I sent her an airline ticket to come to America. I sent her a calling card. And the original plan was I was going to fly over and then fly back with her. But, tickets were like $2,000 round trip back then. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have that kind of money. I've already spent $2,000 to bring her over. So I sent her a one-way ticket and I sent her a calling card and I explained to her how to use the calling card. Call me. She was stopping in Japan and then she was stopping in LA and then she was coming to Kansas City. And so I said, so call me in Japan. If that doesn't work, call me in LA because you'll be in America then and it should be easier. And then, and then get to Kansas City. And so my friends were all like, she cashed those tickets in. She's not coming, right? You sent her those tickets and she cashed them in and she flew to Hawaii and now she's hanging out in Hawaii because you gave her free money and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, nah. Well, then I go to the airport to pick her up. She doesn't call me from Japan. She doesn't call me from LA. So I'm starting to get worried and everything my friends are saying is starting to sink in. And I'm like, nah, I still can't believe it, And so I go to Kansas City Airport to pick her up. And I'm there and I got roses and I got chocolates and I'm super excited. And everyone she's asking me, hey, what's going on? I said, oh, my fiance's coming in for the first time, and they're like, oh, and they got their phones out. They're going to take pictures. They're super excited, and all these people are getting off the plane and she's not there. She's not there. She's not there. And you can see everybody starts moving further and further away from me. Like, oh God, he's going to blow. He's going to blow. And the whole thing going through my head was my buddies telling me, yeah, she sold those tickets. She went to Hawaii. She was the last seat on the plane. The very last seat. Very back of the plane. Very last one. She gets off, last person. And I pretty much threw the roses at her and the chocolates and was like, hey, welcome to Kansas City. And she's like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, because I let my mind run while all these people are getting off. And she was like, that's not my fault. I said, well, you didn't call me from Japan. She said, I couldn't get the calling card to work. I said, well, you didn't call me from LA. I mean, you could have called me collect. She said, I didn't have enough time in LA. When we got to LA, I had to go this, I had to do this. And, they moved my seat and they put me in the very back of the plane. And so as soon as we boarded, I shut my phone off and I was like, she had a good excuse, but I was like super pissed because I was like, yeah, if a woman refuses your money, that's the one you want. That's exactly it. Good on you, Mr. Bond, for willing to not give up on your honor like that. Hellish courage. Yeah. I think some of it was courage. Some of it was just plain, stubbornness. But yeah, she got a cheaper flight. No, she didn't. They did move her. They moved her seat. And I don't know why they did that, but they put her all the way in the back. But yeah, I was like, but yeah, my buddies, that's what I was, the whole time they're telling me, she's not coming. She's not coming. But yeah, it was funny. Looking back, it's funny. It wasn't funny at the time, but yeah, the good old days. That was almost 20 years ago, which is kind of amazing because I remember every day with my first wife. I say painfully, but painfully is probably not the correct term. But I do remember every day not pleasantly, And with my second wife, with my current wife, I cannot believe it's been almost 20 years. We've known each other. In fact, November 12th, I think, is the anniversary, our 20-year anniversary of the day we met online. I think it's November 12th. I'll have to check. It's in November. And so it's coming up. And it's kind of amazing because I can't believe it's been 20 years. It's been that pleasant that it has just flown by. And like I said, my life is 100-fold better. I was able to retire at 57, which is all because of her. All because of her contribution to my life, her contribution to our family. And so, yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I didn't even think of that, but you're right. She probably would have. If there was a way to save money, she probably would have. I mean, the week after she got to Kansas City, the electric got shut off, which was really just me not realizing that the bill was due. I still to this day don't know why they shut it off so quickly. Because in Kansas City, if people didn't pay their bill, they usually let them go 3 or 4 months. But for some reason, the day after my bill wasn't paid, they shut the electric off on a Friday of all time. And so I couldn't get it turned back on till Monday. And she was like, what have I gotten myself into? And I said, no. I said, I've had a lot going on with, the logistics of getting you here and all that I just forgot to pay the bill. But I don't know why they shut it off. They really shouldn't have. And even when I talked to them, I went Monday and I paid the bill and it was turned back on first thing Monday morning. But that was the same thing. They're like, yeah, we really don't know why this was shut off. And we don't know why this was shut off because, yeah, you always pay your bill on time. And this one was the only one that you've ever had that was, late, so to speak. And, I guess technically it was late. But yeah, been hard enough to accept giveaways and Eve. I hear ya. That's why I try not to get into a lot of those giveaways because I always feel guilty because I'm like, I've been so blessed. Should be letting somebody else get it. But what I try to do with a lot of them is I try to give them back to you guys. So, but yeah, she's been pretty inspirational. So if anything comes out of today's stream, I hope that's it. That there is hope. There is hope. No matter what. No matter how they try to kick you down, you can always get back up. That wasn't the same weekend the kids were dropped off. No. That was a couple weeks later. Yeah. Yeah, I had it back on by then. No, that would have been bad. That would have been really bad. Almonxy, good to see you. Yeah, you missed the whole stream. I've been kind of telling my whole life story again. So you probably heard it before, so you're probably good. But I'm sorry you were having problems with your internet. The Orca, I think, is at under 8 days. 7 days, 21 hours. So yeah, I think next Friday, my time, next Thursday night, your time, we should have it. So, but yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry you're having problems with your internet. I understand that. Yeah, he's coming in. Yeah, he just got here. But yeah, so yeah, next Thursday night. It'll probably be done during the stream, and then I just gotta fly it to Eugene, which shouldn't be a problem. Because this time of night, it seems like it's pretty quiet. I'm checking the gate camp situation now. Of course, if they hear that I'm flying an Orca, who knows? But yeah, gate camps are still pretty low. I think all the gankers are too tired from all the work during the day in America that they got to sleep. So, but yeah. But anyway, we are at the time mark. I will be back tomorrow, and we will do RimWorld tomorrow. Sorry, I advertised we were going to do RimWorld today. I thinking it was Friday, but it's only Thursday. So, yeah, I gave up a couple hours ago. Kept dropping me when I was running combat sites. Yeah, that sucks. That makes it worse. I would say your story gives me a lot of comfort. I appreciate that, DLH. And honestly, that's the reason I tell it. It's not necessarily from the comfort, but if if any one of you can glean something from my story and what I've gone through that'll help your life, then I'm more than happy to share my story. You know, it's embarrassing in some cases, you know. In some cases I was just a complete idiot, you know, but I mean, I think part of being a productive human being is admitting when you're wrong and, you know, and taking responsibility for it. So, all right, second character done, 10 planets. I got to call it a night. Thanks for the stories. Help me go through this brain-numbing activity. No problem, Lego. You know I'm always here for you. What makes me sad after my heart has been broken that many times, it caused me to be love exhausted out for this life. Time to guard my heart now because I now go through dark road. Yep. Yeah, and that is kind of the problem, is once you get to that point where you give up, it's really hard to trust again. And I understand that, Fat Hamster. I really do. I really do. Luckily, in my case, actually, I told my buddies when they were saying, hey, she sold your ticket and she's going to Hawaii. I said, you know what? If it doesn't work out with this one, I'm done. I'm not getting married again. And that's kind of what I told her. I said, we're not getting divorced. I said, if it doesn't work out with us, I'll still continue to support you because of everything you've done for me. I said, but I said I'm not getting married again. I don't want. I'm done. I'm done. Just doing some class 2s and a coercer Navy issue. Smooth ride. There you go. I was showed to just let stuff happen and not overthink stuff that was happening. Yeah, and I've had to do that too, DLH. And that makes a big difference. Don't sweat the small stuff. Because in the case of my wife and I, the things we fight about is all small stuff. All small stuff. It's really stupid that we even argue about it. And most of it is cultural. It's things are done different in her culture than they are in mine, and you know, and it was weird because when she was in America, it was her not understanding how things worked. And now that I'm here in the Philippines, I have a better understanding of what she went through because nothing works here the way I think it should. And so yeah, it's been pretty good. So. Oh, Retribution Malingran Scream drop must have started today. There you go. Easier said than done. Yep. It is easier said than done. It really is. But yeah. Like I said, don't sweat the small stuff. Because in the end, nobody gets out alive, right? It's all small stuff when it really comes down to it. So. But I need to find someone to raid. Who are we going to raid? Abigail, I think, probably needs to go outside. So we've got Anarchos is out here. Anarchos has been going for 9 hours. So, yeah. We got Innocent Dictator. I think he's got the low number, only 21. I was looking for what's his face. It's Goonie, but he's not on. So yeah, I think we'll do Innocent Dictator since he's only got 21. I'll lend him a couple more. We'll lend him a couple more. He's only been going for 2 hours, so he's probably good to go for a little bit. Let me turn him down. Thank you. His music is pretty high, so. Bad Hamster, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Glad I touched NASA's with you. Enjoy your day. Yeah, you too. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow with some RimWorld, so. Dictator. Yeah, that's sounds like some kind of salad dish. Al sounds Canadian. Actually, no, he's close to Canada. He's in Oregon. So, he's in Oregon. But yeah, close. All right, Lego. See you tomorrow. Jerry Can, DLH, Fat Hamster. No, you're always welcome. Appreciate you guys. Almonxy, always a pleasure. Tell your wife I said hi. Thanks for watching. And I'm going to go ahead and read Innocent Dictator. I always spell his name wrong. So, yeah. So, all right. I appreciate you guys. And I will see you all tomorrow. We'll do some RimWorld tomorrow. So, that'll be a little more encompassing. I don't have as much time to talk when we do RimWorld. So that's probably better. Have a good one, DLH. Fat Hamster, Jerry Can, appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Anui, good to see you. Have a great one. I appreciate you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. Booga, have a good one. Appreciate you.